Where they get these guns, I have no idea.
Baltimore City wins a lawsuit against a ghost gun maker. How this is overshadowing the number of guns in juvenile hands.
It doesn't hurt anybody. People can still get this if their parents want.
A group of lawmakers in Annapolis seeking to change a law requiring parental consent for gender-affirming care for teens. Why some say this could negatively impact kids' mental health.
And we're tracking our next weather maker, bringing some rain showers to the region, plus what our temperatures will do later today.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to all of you. Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition on this Thursday. It's February 22nd. I'm Megan Gilland. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at how things are going to feel today, Justin.
Yeah, good morning, Meg. We're talking about temperatures that are going to be a little bit on the milder side, but we are tracking some rain showers that are going to be rolling in by the time we head toward the afternoon and into tonight as well. As we look outside right now, everything is nice and dry. We've got a few more of those high, thin clouds out there. That's kept our temperatures from dropping too much. Still in the upper 20s and lower 30s. You'll definitely need a jacket, and still frosty on some of those cars out there. So a chilly morning, tracking those showers for later today, but temperatures that will be staying mild on your weather story. And on your Rise and Shine cast, grab a cup of coffee and enjoy breakfast with us here this morning. Numbers staying in the 20s and 30s for the next few hours. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. Let's go ahead and take a look at the roads now. Your Len Stoller traffic network here, and we're seeing the Baltimore area looking pretty nice out there on the Beltway here. Much for the interim director of the Bike More organization, Jed Weeks, to step down. Community leader Linda Batts, who has been outspoken against the addition of bike lanes to the Gwynns Falls neighborhood, says the interim director has been really doxing her because of her position. That's when someone publishes private or identifying information about someone on the internet.
Activity. I feel unsafe in my own home now, my space, because this guy has violated my right to be private and my right to be public when I want to be. You cannot lead an organization that professes that it wants to connect people and communities.
Well, the Bike More organization responded to the protest in a lengthy statement, saying it is saddened by the tone of recent online exchanges between groups concerned with safe transportation options here in Baltimore. The statement goes on to say, "We empathize with those who feel that Mr. Weeks' personal messages are pointed, and we also condemn personal attacks on our staff members, which have escalated in recent months with untruths and targeted vitriol." It says that Bike More's board will work with staff to determine its best next steps. Fox 45 News has been following this debate over bike lanes for weeks now. Supporters say that the lanes will make streets safer. Opponents argue they're being forced on communities that don't want them and make streets more congested. You can find all of our past reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski picks up 2 endorsements in his run for Congress, the big names now standing behind him. And it will be cloudy and milder for the afternoon, when we could expect warmer temperatures around the region. And before we head to break this morning, a quick look at your Len Stoller traffic network here this morning. We are all clear in Baltimore, but coming to the city from D.C., we are getting reports of a two-vehicle collision. This is on the BW Parkway. It has closed part of the northbound lanes in that section. 4:37 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. In your election 2024 coverage, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski is picking up some key endorsements in his run for Congress. The seat currently belongs to Dutch Ruppersberger, and now he and Cindy Hoyer are throwing their support behind Olszewski. Ruppersberger, also a former Baltimore County executive, is retiring from Congress.
I've known him since he was in high school, and I've watched him grow, and I've watched how he handles people, and he's smart. He's a good man, he's honest, and he will make hard decisions if he has to. All these things you have to do in politics. And Johnny, you're going to be a great 2nd District Congressman.
Since launching his campaign last month, Olszewski has garnered support from over 75 leaders all across Maryland.
You feeling that dry winter skin and maybe you need a boost? I'm Liz Bonus. Doesn't look like it, but it really might rejuvenate with this treatment. We explain just ahead.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, new signs of persistent inflation. We talked to a leading economist about when we could catch a break. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:42, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. We have a health watch for you this morning. A new laser facial might help get back that glow after a long, cold winter. Medical reporter Liz Bonus explains how it works and why it is a popular celebrity trend.
If you are like many of us and your skin needs a bit of a boost after these cold months, a newer kind of facial performed with a laser might help.
We're just going to do a thin layer of carbon.
It is called the Hollywood laser peel because, as dermatologist Dr. Elizabeth Munich of Ohio's Dermatology and Skincare Center showed us, In less than an hour, it's said to make the skin ready for stepping out on a Hollywood red carpet.
It can help reduce pigmentation, it can help with inflammation, it stimulates collagen, and just gives you brighter, younger looking skin.
Where other topical laser treatments can lead to redness or downtime for healing, this one
It just makes it fresher, brighter, smoother.
that's said to give you more of a glow. Here's how it works.
We apply a carbon nanoparticle to the skin, then we heat the skin, and after we do some dermal heating, which helps tighten and rejuvenate, then we use a Q-switch laser to vaporize the carbon particles.
So that means the first sweep activates the carbon lotion. The second lifts away the lotion with dead cells and debris.
I have patients that want to do it quarterly. I have some patients that do it monthly because they love the way their skin feels.
You can see as our skin model sits up after the procedure, no redness or surface damage.
So not a lot of side effects to this treatment, as you can see, but there are some things that do indicate you should maybe wait or hold it off. Retin-A, for example, it is not covered by your medical insurance plan. It can cost you a few $100s. With your health news, I'm Liz Bonus reporting.
Turn your attention to the screen.
Some excitement there. Take a look at this. One lucky lottery player has won the coveted seats for 20 years prize. Each year, the Maryland Lottery picks one lucky player to win that prize, which gives them a pair of club-level seats to every single Baltimore Ravens home game for the next 20 years. This year, Thomas Humphreys of Nottingham was picked from more than 800,000 entries.
I've been to a bunch of games at M&T Bank, not as many as I'd hoped to, but now I have the chance to go to plenty. And I hope to have memories with this little one right here, take her to her first game so she can cherish these memories growing up as well.
She gets to go to a lot of games. Each of the 6 finalists already won $10,000. So those tickets are just kind of the icing on the cake there. All right, 4:47 here. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. Not a bad prize there.
Yeah, not at all. Pretty cool to get that for sure.
1 in 800,000 he won.
Man, good stuff. Definitely lucky. Well, talking about our temperatures, we're going to be seeing those numbers that are going to be going up over the next couple of days. In fact, we've got milder conditions on the way today, even though it does come with some rain. Our Towson camera right now, dry. Mile 1 Auto Group looking into Towson with our temperature hanging out right about 29 degrees. So no wind to speak of at this time, and overall calm conditions continue. Now, we are tracking some showers in Pittsburgh back through Cleveland, but notice we are dry here. Definitely getting some more cloud cover that is moving in. This is ahead of that next weather maker that's going to be bringing us the rain showers by the time we get into the later part of the day today. So the hourly future scan through noon, notice these southerly arrows, or those red arrows, that's the southerly wind, bringing in the milder air. And right about 2, 3 into the 4 o'clock hour, most of the models are picking up that we're going to see some of those showers roll through. So your evening commute may be a little bit wet. And then as we head into Thursday evening, we'll see more of those rain showers kind of move through. Overnight hours, we'll get a little bit more of that rain into early Friday morning, but it will be much too warm to get into kind of snow. And then as we get into tomorrow afternoon, rain's pretty much gone. Well, winds are going to be turning out of the northwest, so it will be breezy, kind of drying everything out, and then heading into colder conditions for your Saturday. As for today, next 12 hours, those numbers steadily rising, mid to upper 40s, and into the lower 50s as we get to about 2, 3 o'clock for the afternoon. Let's check some of the temperatures in your neighborhoods. Carroll and Baltimore counties in the upper 40s and lower 50s for the region today. Numbers for you in the lower 50s as well in Columbia, Elk Ridge down through Laurel, 51 in Odenton for Howard and Arundel counties. And up and down the 95 corridor, we'll see the upper 40s in Philly, but low to mid 50s for Baltimore and D.C., even 45 down the ocean, even warmer in Richmond for this afternoon. Here's our temperature tracker, and you can see where those colder temperatures coming back on Saturday and even Sunday, not too bad, but look at those 60s that are on the way next week. And we're talking mid to possibly even upper 60s by the time we get to Tuesday and Wednesday. This is kind of the larger picture. So there's the next weather maker rolling through. As I mentioned, that area of low pressure with that associated cold front. The secondary front comes through late Friday into Saturday, and that's what's going to bring us the blustery conditions by Saturday afternoon. But we're nice and dry, and then the warming trend begins toward next week, the final week of February. So there's that 7-day forecast for you. And if you want any more information, you can get a little more detailed info at foxbaltimore.com.
All right, Justin, thank you. Let's take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network. The biggest issue we're seeing right now is on the BW Parkway. This is actually headed towards Baltimore. A two-vehicle crash shutting down a stretch northbound. This is right near the southern end of Greenbelt Park. There is no camera in that area. What you're seeing here is just north of that incident. Traffic there looks to be moving very smoothly. Just keep that in mind a little further down the road. Let's get a check now on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA joining us now this morning. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Penn Train 505 operating with a 5-minute delay. The other trains of MARC look good for your commute start. Out there on light rail, still working with a service disruption between Camden Yards and North Avenue. That's due to emergency track repairs. Shuttle buses remain in place, providing service there on light rail. Metro subway right on time for the start. No delays or issues. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. An Amazon driver escapes death after an Amtrak train split his truck in half. Still ahead, the terrifying video. Plus, authorities catch up to the person who stole a tow truck and led police on a chase throughout Maryland. Now we're hearing that driver was in the country illegally. It's 4:51. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Here are some of the top stories for you this morning. Boeing has fired the head of its 737 MAX program after multiple safety incidents, including a door blowing off during an Alaska Airlines flight last month. The shakeup comes after the FAA told Boeing it wasn't paying enough attention to the safety of its passengers. President Biden's brother James is sitting down with investigators on Capitol Hill as part of the House impeachment inquiry. Republicans are pressing him on a $200,000 check that he sent to the president for a loan repayment. James Biden insists he never asks the president for help in his business ventures. Some Senate Republicans want an impeachment trial for Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Democrats say they may try to dismiss the charges. Secretary Mayorkas says a trial won't impact his job.
I don't let it distract me from the work. Would I have preferred that correctness had prevailed? Of course so. The fact that it did not does not slow me down in doing the work that I'm tasked to do by the President of the United States.
Earlier this week, Sinclair asked viewers if you believe the Biden administration's policies encourage migrants to cross the border illegally. There were more than 11,000 people nationwide that responded, and looking at the results here, you can see 91% of them say yes, 9% say no. Caught on camera, new intense footage of an Amazon delivery truck getting split in half by an oncoming Amtrak train has resurfaced online. This incident occurred in November of 2021 when delivery truck driver Alexander Evans was crossing train tracks. This was in Wisconsin. The train collided with him, taking off half of the truck, starting right behind his seat. Look at that. You can see the tracks behind him. Evans walked away with only minor injuries. Evans is deaf in his left ear and says that he did not hear the train's horn, adding there were no warning lights or signs signaling the train coming. Well, this morning we're learning more about the suspect, meantime, who led police on an hour-long chase through Montgomery County in a stolen tow truck last weekend. Brad Bell from our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C. has this update for us.
It was a wild, dangerous, and damaging crime spree. The man behind the wheel of that stolen tow truck ramming police cars and anyone who got in his way for an hour. All of it visible to SkyTrack 7 overhead and carried live during our 6 p.m. newscast Friday. Now, federal officials are revealing the man arrested in that tow truck, Flavio Cesar Lanuza, is in the country illegally.
A non-citizen of the United States, encountered at the border, provided an address that was not anywhere in the state of Maryland, and somehow, some way ended up in Maryland.
Darius Reeves runs the Baltimore office of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE.
Upon that subject with Montgomery County.
And Reeves is challenging Montgomery County officials to cooperate and turn Lanuza over when his case is fully adjudicated, something he says the county, under County Exec Mark Elrich, doesn't do.
It's a situation where county executives are taking an independent and personal view of how to cooperate with ICE, which means they're not going to cooperate with ICE at all.
Elrich firing right back at Reeves, accusing him of grandstanding.
So I can only guess that the leadership there is auditioning for a possible change in president.
Just this month, Reeves' office has sent out 3 separate press releases detailing the arrest of non-citizens and accusing the county of ignoring detainers. Elrich says Maryland law doesn't allow the county to hold people for ICE after their release from jail.
It's not like we don't cooperate with them at all, but, we cannot hold people up. We were told point blank that when a person's release moment comes, they're released.
Reeves not backing down, saying the policy is putting dangerous people on the streets and they should be deported.
Fiscal year 24, presently to date, thus far we have issued 119 detainers. And none are being honored.
Brad Bell, Fox 45 News.
I think that what we're trying to figure out now is what steps we can take, what steps we should take that would allow for us to maybe get somewhere close to legislation that we passed in 2021.
This morning, lawmakers in Annapolis are rushing to pass new legislation expanding on a law signed just 3 years ago. In 2021, if you remember, following a Project Baltimore story on a registered sex offender attending Parkville High School, lawmakers passed a law banning registered sex offenders from attending Maryland public schools while setting up alternative means to educate them outside the classroom. The law was the first of its kind, but it had a flaw. Schools were still unable to account for students who have been convicted as a juvenile sex offender. And just last month, Project Baltimore broke the news of a 15-year-old juvenile rapist attending Patterson High School. Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, we have an update on the progress of newly introduced legislation that would keep juvenile sex offenders from going to school in person.
We know that ghost guns have been used in countless homicides, shootings, robberies in the city of Baltimore.
Baltimore City celebrates a win over a lawsuit against ghost guns. Why some believe this will not ease juveniles' access to guns.
I would be shocked if 9 months from now, Vincent Schiraldi was still here.
Concerns growing about how a controversial past could fly through the state's executive nominations process with little examination.
Temperatures not too bad right now. We're tracking our next weather maker as rain rolls in and temperatures that will be milder by the end of the day.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Thursday, February 22nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly how much rain we could get today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with the forecast.
Yeah, not a lot of rain, but it'll be enough to get things wet, and definitely want to hold off on the car wash for a bit because we've got some showers that'll develop by the time we get to the afternoon. Looking outside right now over M&T Bank Stadium, all good at this time and lots of cloud cover out there. Across the state, our temperatures are mainly in the 20s and 30s, so some of those clouds acting to make it not as cold as we've been the last few mornings. So on your morning drive, we're going to keep dry conditions out there, even though those clouds will be hanging around with temperatures in the 20s and 30s. We'll get to the 40s by about 10 a.m. And on our way to a high today of 49 for your high. We'll see those numbers here. That'll be actually, it'll be in the lower 50s here later today. So we'll take a look at that, and we'll see those numbers climb as we get into the afternoon. Back with your full forecast coming up.
Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and we do have really not much around the Baltimore region. We do have two incidents. One that is in Cecil County, that is right before you get to Havre de Grace, Maryland 155. That is there's some police activity there and is causing a slight slowdown, but the major one is what you're looking at right here. This is happening right on BW Parkway southbound. All 3 lanes are right now shut down. The ramp and the 2 lanes going there, and this is right before you get to 197. And police have it blocked off for multiple vehicles. That's the only thing they're saying there in Prince George's County. It's police activity there, and they're directing you off of BW Parkway southbound and then back on around 197's exit.
5:02 now, and continuing coverage this morning. Baltimore City leaders are touting a reduction in shootings and gun arrests among young people, announcing a legal victory against the ghost gun manufacturer Polymer 80.
Now, some residents say they do not feel any safer after a 13 and 19-year-old were shot in the city. This 19-year-old later dying in the hospital.
This is the worst I've ever seen it, and I think it really boils down to there's no consequences. They need to crack down on the criminals that have guns, because criminals are always going to have guns.
We have live team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us live with the concerns that some former lawmakers have with the appointment process for Maryland's Juvenile Services Secretary. But we begin with Olivia Dance, and she has an update on Baltimore's ghost gun lawsuit as the numbers show violence isn't slowing down. Olivia.
Well, city leaders are celebrating Baltimore's lawsuit victory against Polymer 80, which is a ghost gun manufacturer. But gun arrests are actually down in several districts all across the city here, according to the latest BPD data. And the lawsuit has done little to ease the concerning number of guns in juvenile hands. Now, the Eastern District is down 27% year to date. Central is down 24%, followed by Northeast at 18%. In Southwest on Saturday, juveniles carjacked a man at gunpoint in Pigtown. And then in East Baltimore, a 17-year-old was shot in the face last month. According to statistical CompStat data not used for reporting, citywide juveniles taken into custody for guns is down 50% from this time last year. Loss of control when it comes to juveniles and guns is, of course, raising concerns.
And it's like the wild, wild west at times. Where they get these guns, I have no idea. This is the worst I've ever seen it, and I think it really boils down to there's no consequences.
You may remember that just last week, Baltimore police arrested a 17-year-old for murder. They say that he shot and killed a man in northeast Baltimore. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Juvenile crime has been a focus of this year's legislative session that's happening in Annapolis, with Democratic lawmakers highlighting 3 pillars of their proposal. They want to extend probation for young offenders, expand certain criminal charges to children as young as 10, and reform the intake process within the Department of Juvenile Services. That's part of the bill would require DJS to get cases to state's attorneys in 15 days rather than 25 business days. Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates says he would like to get those cases even sooner.
I would love to be able to be there day one with the intake. That way we can work with the police to put together a better case. 15 days I still feel is way too long.
Well, parts of the proposal are now in conflict with the messaging from DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi, who has argued against probation and parole for young offenders.
Fox 45 News has heard from Schiraldi's former colleagues in New York and Washington, D.C., who claim that his policies made the situation worse in their respective cities.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with more insight from some of the former Maryland lawmakers who are now questioning the process that led to Schiraldi's appointment. Shannon.
Yeah, and this morning, Tom and Patrice, we are hearing from former State Senator Jim Brochin, who says the committee who ultimately made that call to put Schiraldi in the position he's in now, well, that committee, he says, is in desperate need of repair itself.
The meeting's at 5:30 on Mondays. You show up a 4:45 or 5 o'clock, and there's a notebook with 400 pages in the notebook. And you got 400 pages in there, and the first person comes up, and you're like scrambling and going through the resume.
Brochin sat on the Senate's Executive Nominations Committee for years, and it was just 1 year ago this week in Annapolis that committee gave the green light for Vincent Schiraldi to become Juvenile Services Secretary. But Brochin is shedding light on that process, saying the committee is tasked with examining hundreds of the governor's appointees from all different departments in just a matter of days. It is a monumental task, which Brochin says leaves little time to investigate. So in Schiraldi's case, Schiraldi himself testified before the committee, but there was no one to testify about Schiraldi's policy breakdown in Washington or the outrage generated during his short stint in New York.
How did he get there in the first place? And he got there in the first place because potential opponents of his were not brought to the table by staff and by the system, so the people on committee could listen to both sides of the issue.
Keep in mind, Schiraldi was the governor's only cabinet secretary who was not unanimously approved by the state Senate. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Should parents be involved in a child's gender-affirming care? Ahead in our next hour, the bill now moving through the legislature and what it would not cover.
And lawmakers in Annapolis look to protect people who oppose book bans. The 3 points the libraries will need to follow if the bill becomes law.
Temps 20s and 30s right now. We're tracking our next weather maker bringing rain to the region. We'll talk about when it'll impact your day. 5:11 is your time right now. Our Weather Authority forecast here for your Thursday. As we look outside right now, we've got a little bit more cloud cover out there as we're starting to see the atmosphere get a little bit more moisture rolling in, and that's going to set us up for some rain showers as we head into the later part of the day today. So as you head out the door, jacket, glasses, and you know what, we'll add the umbrella on there. Put that check mark there as well because you'll need some of that rain gear, especially for later today. Out for a run or a jog next couple of hours. Definitely want to get those layers on. Upper 20s and lower 30s through the course of the morning.
5:11 and the Odysseus lunar lander is about to do exactly what its title implies, touching down on the moon today.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with the history in the making, Megan.
Yeah, this is big news, guys. This uncrewed moon lander, take a look. It is targeted to touch down at the lunar South Pole at 5:30 tonight. And check out the latest image here. Kind of an incredible shot here. This was captured just yesterday as it was passing over the moon following lunar orbit. Crews reporting, guys, all systems a go. And this is big because if this mission is successful, the lander will be the first commercially built craft to ever reach the moon. I want to show you some video now as it launched into space last Thursday. This was developed by NASA and Houston-based Intuitive Machines. It's been more than 50 years since the United States landed a spacecraft on the moon there. It is carrying science and technology experiments that could help with future lunar landing missions such as Artemis 3 perhaps. We're also told the spacecraft does have a camera system called Eagle Cam that will be able to capture its descent. You're going to be able to watch it live here on the website as it lands on the moon again at 5:30 tonight. And this website is the Intuitive Machines website there. Also some breaking news coming into our newsroom, guys. We are getting reports that AT&T service is now down for wireless service customers. And look at this. You can see this spike just after 2 a.m. around 3 a.m. all of a sudden. No one getting service right here. The chart showing the problems there submitted in the last few hours there. No word on what is causing that outage, but right now getting word that AT&T is down. That's the latest from our live center. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. More than 150,000 borrowers will see their student loans canceled. Why President Biden says canceling student loan debt for some will be life-changing.
Dunkin' releases a new caffeinated energy drink. Why it is sparking controversy. 5:13, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:16 in your consumer news, the president is canceling more student loan debt. He eliminated another $1.2 billion worth of student loan debt for 153,000 borrowers. President Biden said those who qualify will receive an email with details and instructions.
This is kind of relief can be life-changing for individuals and for their families. And it's good for the economy as a whole. By freeing millions of Americans from the crushing debt of student loan programs, it means they can finally get on with their lives instead of their lives being put on hold. They can think about buying a house, starting a home, starting a family, having a family future that they can enjoy, or saving for the family's future, saving and being put away a little bit of money.
Well, President Biden says he's not worried about the Supreme Court interfering with his latest loan forgiveness plan. A loan protester demonstrated outside the venue, yelling into a microphone. Mortgage interest rates, they're back up again, and that means applications go down. The average rate for a 30-year fixed mortgage is now back above 7%. Application volume dropping 10% in just 1 week. According to the Mortgage Bankers Association, rates are still historically below average, but prospective homebuyers are holding out hopes for a decrease with Federal Reserve rate cuts anticipated later this year.
Trending this morning, now you can really run on Dunkin'. The coffee chain has added a new caffeinated energy drink to its menu. Sparked Energy comes in berry burst and peach flavors. Dunkin' says the drink is made with vitamins, minerals, and a kick of caffeine. According to Dunkin's website, a large drink has about 192 milligrams of caffeine. Now, this comes as Dunkin's rival, Panera, faces legal trouble over its caffeinated energy drink related to its high levels of caffeine. The Food and Drug Administration says a healthy adult can safely consume about 400 milligrams of caffeine a day.
5:18 is the time, and if maybe you're going out for a run today, better do it earlier than later.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here talking about rain.
Yeah, rain showers later this afternoon, guys. Probably our evening commute more impacted by our morning commute because we're dry right now. Temperatures are going to be milder today, so overall, that's kind of a good thing. And we'll actually have some 60s on the way for next week. So a nice little warm up right as we wrap up the month of February. Here's a look at downtown Baltimore right now, out over the Inner Harbor from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Definitely seeing some more clouds kind of rolling in, and you can feel that moisture out there. Look at that humidity at 92%. So when you step outside, it's definitely still cold, below freezing. Make sure to bundle up for that, but just know that that moisture is starting to get in play because we're tracking some showers. Pittsburgh over toward Cleveland. Nothing really working into our state as of yet. This is kind of the larger view here as we zoom out a bit. That's going to be the next weather maker that will start to bring some rain showers to our region by later this afternoon. And this is our hourly future scan. So we're definitely going to see the milder conditions with a southerly wind that will help to bring in those temperatures and make them more mild. But about 3-4 o'clock this afternoon is when we're expecting those rain showers to kind of roll through the region. And this is why I talked about impacting your afternoon and evening commute. Still some leftover showers overnight into early Friday morning. But by the time we get to midday tomorrow and into tomorrow afternoon, wind is going to shift and be more northwesterly, but will dry us out as that rain moves out of here. So not talking about a lot of rain. Maybe go ahead and just throw the umbrella in the backpack for the kids, beep, beep, as they get off to the bus stop this morning, because when you pick them up this afternoon, may encounter just a few light showers here and there. But temps upper 40s by noontime, into the upper 40s and lower 50s for a lot of us as we head later into the afternoon. And typically this time of year, we're in the upper 40s. That's where we've been residing for the last few days. Lower 50s, though, in Baltimore, Columbia, Laurel, down to Annapolis, 47 in Stevensville and Bel Air, 49 in Westminster. And our temps are only going up from this point going forward for tomorrow. Then Saturday, the notice, and Sunday, our temps will be a bit colder. Next week, we get those low to mid 60s with that warming trend through the middle of next week. And that's going to continue for most of the eastern half of the U.S. In fact, most of the Central Plains, the Midwest, and the East Coast, all dealing with above average temperatures, as you can see that for the 6 to 10 day outlook. That's from the Climate Prediction Center. So yeah, we're well on our way to those more spring-like conditions. Here's that 7-day forecast. Again, blustery on Saturday, so definitely going to take us down a couple of ticks there with those numbers only in the 40s. But by next week, notice those numbers will definitely climb, and then another round for rain, coming late Tuesday into next Wednesday.
Well, let's take a look now at your Lynn Stoller traffic network here and some of the issues that we need to report. In the Baltimore area, south of Baltimore is where the main issue is. This is right in South Laurel on BW Parkway southbound. They still have the two shoulders and the two lanes closed because of an accident, police activity that happened before. So you're getting off and then getting back on right at 197. And it looks like everybody else, you're in the green. The only other issues to report now is also police activity right south of Havre de Grace, and that's 95, both north and southbound. Right now they have southbound lanes closed off in Harford County. Not sure why there either. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA on this Thursday morning. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. On the MARC train system, we've got train 841 on the Camden line with the 5-minute delay. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Light rail still working with that service disruption between Camden Yards and North Avenue. That's due to emergency track repairs ongoing. A shuttle bus bridge remains in place, providing service on light rail. Metro subway operating on time for the commute start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
More people are coming out in support of Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski's run for Congress. Still ahead this morning, the big names now standing behind him.
New pollings show former President Donald Trump leading the Republican presidential race, has been the entire time since he entered, while GOP candidate Nikki Haley says she is still not backing down. 5:22 is the time.
In your election 2024 coverage, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski is picking up some key endorsements in his run for Congress.
The seat currently belongs to Dutch Ruppersberger, and now he and Steny Hoyer are throwing their support behind Olszewski. Ruppersberger, also a former Baltimore County executive, retiring from Congress.
I've known him since he was in high school, and I've watched him grow, and I've watched how he handles people, and he's smart. He's a good man, he's honest, and he will make hard decisions if he has to. All these things you have to do in politics. And Johnny, you're going to be a great 2nd District Congressman.
Since launching his campaign last month, Olszewski has garnered support from more than 75 leaders across the state of Maryland.
In the Republican presidential race, the latest polling from 538 shows former President Donald Trump with a 30-point lead over former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley in South Carolina. That's the state she used to govern before, and this is days before its primary. Now, she's the last remaining opponent for Trump, and she's not backing down. Instead, Haley is keeping a busy schedule of campaign stops, including a rally in Beaufort. Haley said the people deserve to hear from the candidates about important topics, but Trump is not out on the trail.
Is at no point is he ever talking about the American people. He's only talking about himself. And that's the problem. Now we know he's going to be in court March and April and May and June. He says himself he's going to spend more time in a courtroom than he is on the campaign trail.
Voters head to the polls in South Carolina on Saturday. We are expecting a few showers tonight. How long that rain is going to last?
Protesters calling for the Bike More interim director to step down. What he's accused of doing and why some feel unsafe even when they're off the roads. 527, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to get right over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, talking about the rain that is headed our way.
Yeah, good morning. We're taking a look at some of those showers that are going to be rolling in by the time we head to the afternoon and evening, but we're dry right now as we look out over the inner harbor. A little bit more of that cloud cover that is out there. That's prevented our temperatures from dropping as low as we've been the last few mornings, but it's still chilly when you make your way outside. So tracking those showers, temperatures later today will actually be milder even with the rain that's rolling in. Mr. Bo says we're good to go on your morning drive, though. Upper 20s and lower 30s. The evening commute might be a little bit more on the wetter side of things. So high temps today in the lower 50s. We're almost at 60 tomorrow, even with some rain left over in the morning time. But then Saturday, we're right back to the 40s with the chilly conditions for the final Saturday of February. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Well, now in your Session 2024 coverage, lawmakers waking up this morning with some hot button issues, including gender affirming care for children and book bans.
This crucial and timely legislation will safeguard our libraries from becoming the next frontier of censorship.
It is time to stop this being a political issue and start this being about doing the right thing for kids in Maryland and the United States.
We have live team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will join us with more on the debate over gender-affirming care for children.
We begin with Shannon Lilly. She is joining us live this morning with a debate over book bans as some lawmakers are trying to protect those who disregard the bans. Shannon.
Yeah, the debate over book bans, Tom and Patrice, they are only heating up. It is an issue that is resonating across the country, including here in Maryland. In fact, in Annapolis, we are now hearing from both sides.
This crucial and timely legislation will safeguard our libraries from becoming the next frontier of censorship, protecting literature and the freedom for readers to choose for themselves.
Porn, contraception, sex shaming, and more. Approachable and empowering. This is the go-to resource for all things sex.
Well,
is that something that you think that the Carroll County library, public schools don't have the capacity to restrict in their own school libraries?
Well, Mr. Bucko, as you are aware, because I know you read the bill, this bill is not about a specific book.
So the bill in question there is House Bill 785, titled the Freedom to Read Act. Right now, it's working its way through the legislature, and yesterday it went in front of the House Ways and Means Committee. The proposed law is aimed at protecting books and librarians at public libraries and public schools, and it's pushing back against the push to ban books that some feel are inappropriate for children. So let's take a look at the 3 key points from this 19-page bill. It says, quote, a library should not exclude material from its catalog because of the origin, background, or views of a person who created the material. A library should not prohibit or remove material from its catalog because of partisan or doctrinal disapproval. And librarians shall not be dismissed, demoted, suspended, disciplined, or otherwise retaliated against. Now, the bill also increases the penalty for walking out with the book or damaging one. And we also know that the next hearing over this legislation is set for tomorrow morning, but this time in the Senate. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly. Fox 45 News, early edition.
Well, Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting surrounding the book bans across the state. You can find our complete coverage online at foxbaltimore.com.
Lawmakers this session are also seeking a change to a state law that allows 16 and 17-year-olds to get life-changing gender-affirming care without their parents' approval. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with the argument from both sides. Olivia?
Yeah, well, Tom, there is lots of debate over this as a group of Republican lawmakers in Maryland plus 3 Democrats are calling for parents to have the final say in medical gender-affirming care for their kids.
Medical interventions known as gender-affirming care is not clearly evidence-based, and it is becoming increasingly clear that young people are being harmed by these interventions, especially when this is occurring outside of parental support or knowledge.
That was Jamie Reed, a former case manager in a gender clinic in St. Louis, who sparked headlines after raising concerns about what she saw going on at the clinic. Reed is now speaking in support of the bill during a committee hearing on Wednesday. Delegate Lauren Aricon, representing Baltimore and Harford counties, is leading the way on this bill, which would require kids 16 and 17 years old to get their parents to sign off on this type of care, like surgeries or medications such as estrogen or testosterone. The proposal, though, does not include social transitioning, like calling someone by different pronouns, but some lawmakers were quick to ask questions.
So can you point to me in last year's legislation where it did not?
Could you explain to the committee what those incentives are?
What proof do you have?
Do we know the average age that they're finally deciding? Okay, so obviously they were a certain age, and then now they're deciding to go through the detransitions.
Now, according to a June 2022 study from UCLA School of Law Williams Institute, 300,000 kids between 13 and 17 years old identify as transgender nationwide. Now, that's about 1.4% of kids that age across the country. In Maryland, though, it's unclear how many kids fall within the scope of this new bill. If passed, medical providers could face a fine or jail time, but right now it's unclear when or if there will be voting on this proposal. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. That brings us to our question of the day. Do you support requiring parental approval for child's gender-affirming care? So far, 96% of those who have responded voted yes. If you would like to weigh in, you can do it right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Continuing coverage this morning, protesters are calling for the interim director of the Bike More organization, Jed Weeks, to step down.
Community leader Linda Batts, who has been outspoken against the addition of bike lanes to the Gwynns Falls neighborhood, says the interim director has been doxying her because of her position.
That's when someone publishes private or identifying information about someone on the internet.
Activity. I feel unsafe in my own home now, my space, because this guy has violated my right to be private and my right to be public when I want to be. You cannot lead an organization that professes that it wants to connect people and communities.
The Bike More organization responded to the protest in a lengthy statement saying it is saddened by the tone of recent online exchanges between groups concerned with safe transportation options in Baltimore.
Now, the statement goes on to read, "We emphasize with those who feel that Mr. Weeks' personal messages are pointed, and we also condemn personal attacks on staff members, which have escalated in recent months with untruths and targeted vitriol." It also goes on to read that Bike More's board will work with staff to determine its next best steps. Fox 45 has been following the debate over bike lanes for weeks. Supporters say the lanes will make streets safer.
But opponents argue they're being forced on communities that don't want them, and they make the streets more congested. You can find all of our past reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
You have to have a system that works, and right now there's no system.
Former lawmaker is raising some concerns about the Department of Juvenile Services, why he is questioning the process that led to Schiraldi's appointment.
A 7-year-old girl is dead after being buried by sand. After the break, the warnings now as we approach spring break.
We're expecting a few showers tonight and then some more rain overnight into Friday. Just ahead, if we could see that trend continue into your weekend plans. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning.
5:41 now in Florida. A young girl is dead and a boy is hospitalized after they became trapped in a sand hole that they were digging on the beach.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen. She's in our live center with what we're learning this morning. Megan.
You can't help but put yourself in that situation. We've all been there. We know this happened just north of Fort Lauderdale. Two siblings from Indiana digging a hole in the sand like many kids do on the beach. We're told it was roughly 4 to 5 feet deep, though. It was a big one when it collapsed on them. 911 calls revealing a frantic search to find them.
Reference to a child caught in a hole in the sand by the High Noon Resort Hotel. There's about 20 people digging, trying to find the child. The child is about 7 to 8 years old.
Well, we are told that both children were pulled from the hole in the sand. They were taken to the hospital, and unfortunately, the 7-year-old girl has died. Her 9-year-old brother is stable this morning. Witnesses say he was buried up to his chest, and his sister was fully covered.
When I got down there, the boy was about maybe 3 feet maybe down, but his head, at that point, his head was above the sand. But I guess his sister was beside him, and she was down further, and they tried digging her out, but the more they dug, the more the sand collapsed.
Well, you're taking a look now at video just into our newsroom where a makeshift memorial now sits there on the sand. The hole, meantime, is now surrounded by cones for safety. We're told the investigation is ongoing. Officials now calling the collapse an under-recognized danger that kills and injures several children a year all around the country. An important and very stark reminder as many families, of course, prepare for spring break. Now, we are also following some other breaking news here this morning. This is a major AT&T outage. Still no word on what's causing this, but as you look at the graph here, as we look at the outages, it peaked just about an hour ago. Now at 5 a.m., still pretty high. We're looking at, my goodness, 30,000 people, almost 32,000 people without power, still without usage for AT&T here this morning. Unable to make phone calls. No word on why, again, this is happening, but down detector is the one reporting this. It's been just over an hour now. We'll see if we can see any reports of any progress here. That's the latest from our live center. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, Project Baltimore gives an update on the progress of newly introduced legislation that would keep juvenile sex offenders from going to school in person.
Car thefts and quality of life crimes continue to soar throughout Baltimore. The concerns residents have as the mayor touts a decline in violent crime. 5:44, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Yeah, you saw him quickly raise his hands after he was able to read his name. It took a second. Take a look at this. A lucky lottery player has won the coveted Ravens Seats for 20 Years prize. And you see him grabbing his wife and daughter right there. The Maryland Lottery picks one lucky player to win the prize, which gives them a pair of club-level seats to every Baltimore Ravens home game for the next 20 years. This year, Thomas Humphreys of Nottingham was picked from more than 800,000 entries.
Wow. I've been to a bunch of games at M&T Bank, not as many as I'd hoped to, but now I have the chance to go to plenty. And I hope to have memories with this little one right here, take her to her first game so she can cherish these memories growing up as well.
Well, each of the 6 finalists who are on the stage waiting to see their name already have won $10,000, so not bad for second prize.
That's pretty awesome, too. All right, well, trending this morning, there is a saying. This is new to me. I've never heard this,
what?
but no. Oh, so you do. All right, there's a saying that says, liquor before beer, you're in the clear. Beer before liquor, you'll never be sicker. Obviously, Megan knows it too. She's
That's
laughing.
a little bit longer term than what I remember.
All right, well, there's a study that is debunking the hangover myth.
Shocker, yeah. Beer before liquor, never sicker. Liquor before beer, have no fears. What we always heard. But the study did 2 rounds of testing with a varied age group. They found drinking order does not affect hangover severity. Instead, it depends much more on how each person's body processes the alcohol. Researchers found darker liqueurs like whiskey and brandy, they were more likely to make you feel worse the next morning than lighter or clear spirits like vodka and gin.
And you're ready to fight, too. At least for
For
me.
some people, yeah.
Brown liquor.
Advice from doctors on how to ward off hangovers is pretty simple. Drink on a full stomach, yes. And then every time you have a glass of something, fill it back up with water and do that throughout the entire time of your drinking process.
Well, there you
Stay
go.
hydrated.
All right.
Beer before liquor, never sicker. Liquor before beer,
have
never
no
fear.
Yeah.
It's easy. That's it. Remember that.
But it's not right.
Apparently it's
And never do Tylenol if you're ever hungover.
No, always ibuprofen.
Yeah.
Always. But here's what you do. You just do a water round. Just a water round.
Sounds
a
simple,
couple of drinks,
doesn't it?
then you do water. You know?
Okay, you do weather. Well, I find out why not Tylenol. What's the?
It's a whole
It can
thing.
kill you.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
Yeah.
Oh,
Don't do that.
All right.
Yeah. Take it from us.
I don't drink enough, obviously.
No,
to
you
know
don't,
all the
clearly.
tricks of the trade here.
I mean, I do vodka and water, so I'm always thinking like, hey, I got water in here. And no, man, you got to do a hydration round. So trust me, it's definitely needed. But overall, if you're going to have a beverage this morning, hey, have at it. If you have the day off, maybe a mimosa this morning. Yeah, I like that. Our downtown Baltimore camera looking out over the Inner Harbor and out toward Fed Hill and Fort McHenry. A few clouds have been rolling in, and definitely that atmosphere is getting a little bit more of that moisture rolling in. You can see some rain showers here. Cleveland, north of Pittsburgh. That's kind of the edge of our next weather maker as we're going to get things set up to bring us some more rain showers by the time we get to the middle part of the day today. I'd say more of the later afternoon because this is noon on our hourly future scan. We're definitely going to have the milder temperatures. That southerly flow will bring in those more mild conditions. But about 3-4 o'clock is when most of us will see at least some of those showers develop. So your afternoon and evening commute is when we'll see those wet conditions. And some leftover showers through about 8-9 o'clock tonight. And then as we head toward tomorrow morning, some early morning showers, only rain. We're not tracking any snow with this. But then by tomorrow afternoon, most of that rain should be gone. That wind will turn from southerly to be more northwesterly, and then behind that, we'll get cooler temperatures on Saturday. In terms of how much rainfall, not a lot. Maybe a 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch in some spots, but you can see this is not a big wet rain maker here. Maybe 1/3 of an inch in Frederick and close to 1/3 of an inch there in Westminster. But overall, not too much. On our coffee cast, upper 20s and lower 30s. Bailey's is good with coffee. 6:50 is your sunrise, and it goes to bed tonight at 5:51. So overall in your day planner, you're going to see more cloud cover out there. 33 by 8 a.m. Temperatures by noon will be in the mid to upper 40s, and some of us will slide into the lower 50s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hours. So those are your milder numbers, and we get even warmer next week. Check that 7-day forecast. We're going to drop to the 40s on Saturday. It will be blustery, but Sunday we're right back to about 50 degrees. Pretty nice afternoon, and then low to mid and even upper 60s by next week. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Penn Train 511 operating with a 5-minute delay. The other trains look good for travel. Light rail working with that service disruption still in place between Camden Yards and North Avenue. That's due to emergency track repairs ongoing. A shuttle bus bridge remains in place to allow extra time for travel on light rail. Metro subway with a delay, a 10-minute delay in both directions. Allow time for travel there, too. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. A new survey reveals many doctors are burned out. Why they believe artificial intelligence could be the solution. 5:52, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
It's unnecessarily unsafe now.
I'm getting up in my wonder years. I want to enjoy them in a crime-free area.
We just felt like we just weren't safe anymore, and like monetarily, we couldn't afford to keep having these losses.
In a city in crisis, in Baltimore City residents still voicing their fear and frustration over city crime despite a decline in shootings and homicides.
Car thefts and quality of life crimes continue to soar throughout Baltimore.
Fox 45's Rebecca Pryor pressed Mayor Brandon Scott yesterday about residents' concerns.
Yeah, to some, quality of life crimes are considered low-level offenses. But to the residents being affected by this rise in crime, they're experiencing major ramifications.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
At a press conference inside City Hall Wednesday,
keeping people alive and stopping people from dying should be the #1 focus.
Mayor Brandon Scott touting a decline in violent crime.
We are down 17% in homicides and 8.7, almost 9% in non-fatal shootings.
But not all crime is down under Scott's tenure. According to the latest data report from BPD, robberies, auto thefts and break-ins, and overall property crimes all up significantly compared to this time last year, especially car crimes. Since taking office in late 2020, auto thefts and break-ins accelerating to record highs in 2023.
It sounds like someone just went on a one-street rampage.
Remnants of the rise.
There's glass everywhere.
Litter the streets and sidewalks surrounding Patterson Park.
It's a bad look for the city. It makes it look disgusting.
Less than 2 months into the year, BPD already recording more than 1,600 car-related crimes citywide. A closer look at BPD's crime map revealing the Patterson Park community among the hardest hit. On Tuesday, when walking the 16-block stretch of Eastern Avenue along the park, FOX45 counting 62 piles of glass from shattered car windows.
I'll illegally park on the smaller streets before I'll park on Patterson or Eastern.
Some residents learning to steer clear of certain streets.
Pathetic.
While others debate driving out of the city entirely.
We're moving out at the end of this month. We are moving to Catonsville.
I went to my car this Monday. The same window was shattered. It got me to thinking, like, is this a safe place for me to be?
Even with the carjackings and with the broken windows, that it just wasn't safe anymore where I lived.
FOX45 taking those concerns to the mayor today. What is your message to residents who are considering leaving the city because of an increase in quality of life crimes?
A couple things that, again, we're focused on that, right? I think that what I would ask everyone to do is remember that when BPD goes out and makes these auto theft arrests, you heard me say this to you before when you asked a similar question. Again, you just heard about them making 365 of them over a several month period. I want you to take back to those folks is that the police department is making those arrests. It's about what's happening on the other parts of the system, and we're working, obviously, as we all were, been in Annapolis recently talking about how to change state laws to keep folks and hold them accountable, but we need everybody to continue to do that as well.
You're citing the arrests, but car thefts are still up 90% this year.
Again, I think that you're answering your own question, right? If we make the arrest and then that person goes to jail and then comes back home, that's not a question for the mayor of Baltimore or the police department.
So who do you hold accountable for that?
We all have to hold accountable every part of the system. So I'm not a judge, right? I don't determine how long someone stays in jail.
And I'm really struck by the fact that any mayor would say when there's a major problem, you've got to look elsewhere.
Political analyst and rhetoric professor Richard Vatz weighing in on the mayor's response.
That's not the answer. The answer is you set the tone. What are you going to do to change that tone in your city?
Without a clear solution to the city's climbing quality of life crimes, Vatz warning voters could soon make a change of their own with a mayoral primary election looming.
People are losing confidence in him.
And according to recent polling from Lake Research Partners out of Washington, D.C., former Mayor Sheila Dixon is leading Mayor Scott in the polls by 8 points. That primary election now just 3 months away. Reporting from outside of City Hall, Rebecca Pryor, Fox 45 News.
These companies will face consequences for their role in violence.
Historic lawsuit against a ghost gun manufacturer is triumphant at City Hall. Coming up, why residents say it still doesn't make them feel safer.
I would be shocked if 9 months from now, Vincent Schiraldi was still here.
Former lawmakers voicing their concerns with the appointment process of Maryland's Juvenile Services Secretary Vincent Schiraldi. Why some are raising the red flag over his controversial past.
Well, our temps are still chilly this morning, but we're tracking some rain that's going to be rolling in later this afternoon. We'll talk about it coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, February 22nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we need to find out exactly when it's going to start raining.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has that answer.
Yeah, a little bit later this afternoon is when we'll see some of those showers roll in and into Thursday night as well. Right now, everything is dry as we look outside from our Towson camera, zoomed in right there, Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Then we definitely have some cloud cover that has been rolling in over the last couple of hours. Most of us are in the upper 20s and lower 30s. 36 Westminster, but 28 in Baltimore City. 33 your temp currently in Annapolis. So still need a jacket as you head out, and just go ahead and throw the umbrella in the car too on your morning drive. No issues here this morning. Afternoon drive, yeah, it's probably going to be a little bit on the wetter side of things, but our temperatures will be above average. We'll actually slide into the lower 50s for this afternoon. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few.
Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, and there's two major issues that are happening south of Baltimore right there. In Maryland 295 South, right at Powder Mill Road, there's two vehicles that are involved. All southbound lanes have been closed. They've been closed for almost 90 minutes now, even almost getting close to 2 hours now. Southbound, that's in South Laurel there. Then there's also another one right in Savage that if you're thinking, that's 95. The other one was BW Parkway. Sorry, the 95 southbound lanes, there's some debris in the road, and they have the southbound lanes, and there's also an issue northbound, but mainly causing delay southbound lanes right there when you're heading south of the city. So two major roads are now in the red, as you can see them both on the map there in the red.
6:02, violence is surging across the city, and leaders are touting a reduction in shootings and gun arrests among young people, announcing a legal victory against the ghost gun manufacturer Polymer 80.
Some residents say they don't feel any safer after a 13 and 19-year-old were both shot in Baltimore City. The 19-year-old later dying in the hospital.
This is the worst I've ever seen it, and I think it really boils down to there's no consequences. They need to crack down on the criminals that have guns, because criminals are always going to have guns.
We have live team coverage for you this morning. In just a few minutes, Shen Lilly will be joining us live with the concerns from some former lawmakers and what they have with the appointment process of Maryland's Juvenile Services Secretary. We begin with Olivia Dance. She has an update on Baltimore's ghost gun lawsuit as the numbers show violence is not slowing down. Olivia.
Well, Tom, city leaders are celebrating Baltimore's lawsuit victory against Polymer 80, which is a ghost gun manufacturer. But gun arrests are actually down in several districts all across the city here, according to the latest BPD data. And the lawsuit has done little to ease the concerning number of guns in juvenile hands. The Eastern District is down 27% year to date. Central is down 24%, followed by Northeast at 18%. In Southwest on Saturday, juveniles carjacked a man at gunpoint in Pigtown. And then in East Baltimore, a 17-year-old was shot in the face last month. According to statistical Constat data not used for reporting, citywide juveniles taken into custody for guns is down 50% from this time last year. The loss of control when it comes to juveniles and guns is, of course, raising concerns.
When I think of things like that, I think about, all the young people that live here in our community.
The gun situation is totally out of control as far as I'm concerned. This is the worst I've ever seen it, and I think it really boils down to there's no consequences.
Now, you may remember that just last week, Baltimore police arrested a 17-year-old for murder. They say that he shot and killed a man in Northeast Baltimore. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, juvenile crime has been a focus of this year's legislative session in Annapolis, with Democratic lawmakers highlighting three pillars of their proposal. They want to extend probation for young offenders, expand certain criminal charges to children as young as 10, and reform the intake process within the Department of Juvenile Services. Part of the bill would require DJS to get cases to state's attorneys in 15 days rather than 25. Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates says he'd like to get the cases even sooner.
I would love to be able to be there day one with the intake. That way we can work with the police to put together a better case. 15 days I still feel is way too long.
Parts of the proposal are in conflict, though, with the messaging from DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi, who has argued against probation and parole for young offenders.
Fox 45 News has heard from Schiraldi's former colleagues in New York and Washington, D.C., who claim his policies made the situation worse in their respective cities. Well, Shan Lilly joining us live this morning with more insight from some former Maryland lawmakers who are questioning the process that led to Schiraldi's appointment. Shannon.
Yeah, this morning, Tom and Patrice, we are hearing from former State Senator Jim Brochin, who says the committee that ultimately made that call to put Schiraldi in the position he's in now, well, he says that committee itself is in desperate need of repair.
The governor wants his appointee confirmed, and they've already vetted that appointee, and for whatever reason, the governor wants them confirmed. So they're going to find the narrow lane and just slide that person in, hopefully with as little opposition as possible.
So Brochin understands this process because he sat on the Senate's Executive Nominations Committee for years. And it was 1 year ago this week in Annapolis that committee gave the green light for Vincent Schiraldi to become Juvenile Services Secretary. But Brochin is shedding light on that process, saying the committee is tasked with examining hundreds of the governor's appointees from all different departments in just a matter of days. So it's a monumental task, which Brochin says leaves very little time to investigate. And in Schiraldi's case, Schiraldi himself testified before the committee, but there was no one to testify about Schiraldi's policy breakdown in Washington or the outrage generated during his short stint in New York.
How did he get there in the first place? And he got there in the first place because potential opponents of his were not brought to the table by staff and by the system, so the people on committee could listen to both sides of the issue.
Keep in mind, Schiraldi was the governor's only cabinet secretary who was not unanimously approved by the state Senate. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. A recent Your Voice, Your Future panel discussion with Armstrong Williams focused on juvenile crime in Maryland and what action lawmakers should be taking. You can watch it this Friday on Fox 45 after the news at 11:30. It will also be on CW Baltimore Saturday afternoon at 1 and MyTV Baltimore Sunday night at 7.
Lawmakers debate gender-affirming care for kids and teens. In our next half hour, why some argue parents need to consent to treatment.
We are now just hours away from a lunar lander touching down on the moon, its mission and the history that could be made tonight.
It's in 30s to start your Thursday morning. As we head toward the afternoon, we're tracking some rain showers. We're going to break down your full weekend forecast coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
The Odysseus lunar lander is set to touch down on the moon today.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen at our live center with the history in the making. Megan.
Here we go, guys. This is what we know. It's an uncrewed moon lander targeted to touch down at the lunar South Pole, happening at 5:30 tonight. In fact, we've got a pretty cool image. This was just captured yesterday as it was passing over the moon following lunar orbit. Crews reporting all systems a go. And guys, this is big. If this mission is successful, this lander will be the first commercially built craft to ever reach the moon. I want to show you some video now as it was launching into space last Thursday here. Look at that. This was developed by NASA and Houston-based Intuitive Machines. It's been more than 50 years since the United States landed a spacecraft on the moon, and it is carrying science and technology experiments that could help with future lunar landing missions, such as Artemis 3, perhaps. We're also getting word that the spacecraft has a camera system called Eagle Cam that's going to be able to capture its descent. They're posting it on the Intuitive website right here, so you can watch that live as it happens when the spacecraft touches down on the moon again at 5:30 tonight. Now, we are also following some other big developments here. This major AT&T outage happening right now. Still no word exactly on what is causing this, but right now at the peak, we saw, actually at the peak, it was like 32,000 people. Right now, what we're seeing, about 22,000 people still without usage for AT&T customers here. This is meaning that they're not able to make phone calls. Down Detector is the one reporting those numbers right now. It's been happening for nearly 2 hours. So slowly some improvement there, but still pretty dramatic here when you look at the outages. That's the latest from our live center. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. New polling shows former Governor Larry Hogan is ahead of his Democratic opponents in the race for Maryland's open Senate seat. Why his competitors say they are not worried.
Plus, state lawmakers are pushing a bill to keep juvenile sex offenders out of public schools, but a similar law is already in place. Project Baltimore looks into a loophole that allowed a teen found responsible for rape to attend a public school. 6:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
I think that what we're trying to figure out now is what steps we can take, what steps we should take that would allow for us to maybe get somewhere close to legislation that we passed in 2021.
This morning, lawmakers in Annapolis are rushing to pass new legislation expanding on a law that was signed 3 years ago.
Now, in 2021, following a Project Baltimore story on a registered sex offender attending Parkville High School, lawmakers passed a law banning registered sex offenders from attending any Maryland public schools while setting up alternative means to educate them outside of the classroom.
The law was the first of its kind, but it had a flaw. Schools were still unable to account for students who had been convicted as a juvenile sex offender. And just last month, Project Baltimore broke the news of a 15-year-old juvenile rapist attending Patterson High School. Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, we have an update on the progress of newly introduced legislation that would keep juvenile sex offenders from going to school in person.
6:16 and now in your 2024 coverage, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski is picking up some key endorsements in his run for Congress. The seat currently belongs to Dutch Ruppersberger, and now he and Steny Hoyer are throwing their support behind Olszewski. Ruppersberger, also a former Baltimore County executive, retiring from Congress.
I've known him since he was in high school, and I've watched him grow, and I've watched how he handles people, and he's smart. He's a good man. He's honest, and he will make hard decisions if he has to. All these things you have to do in politics. And Johnny, you're going to be a great 2nd District Congressman.
Since launching his campaign last month, Olszewski has garnered support from more than 75 leaders across the state of Maryland.
Meanwhile, a new polling from Ragnar Research Partners has former Governor Larry Hogan with a double-digit lead over both County Executive Angela Alsobrooks and Congressman David Trone in the race for Maryland's open Senate seat. Hogan leads Trone by 16 points, Alsobrooks by 23. Both Trone and Alsobrooks' campaigns are dismissing the polling. Trone saying it's part of Mitch McConnell's plan to advance the extremist Republican agenda. Alsobrooks says neither Trone nor Hogan are winning over Marylanders.
6:18, we want to get over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, talking about, well, the full Weather Authority forecast, and there's rain in it.
Yep, sure does. Has rain, and right now we're seeing a little bit of a morning glow. We'll probably see some of the sun here. In fact, we will see that sun come up here in just a little bit. And overall, we will see more cloud cover later today with those rain showers that are going to be coming in. But along with that, we've got some milder temperatures. So upper 20s right now, 28 officially at BWI Thurgood Marshall. No real wind to speak of at this time. The closest we get to seeing any rain is north of Pittsburgh, but we're starting to see a little bit more on the left side of your screen there, starting to creep closer into parts of West Virginia. And that's going to move over toward western Maryland within the next couple of hours. That's going to be the next weather maker that'll bring the rain showers as we head later into the afternoon. So increasing cloud cover through midday. Notice the arrows picking up that southerly wind and that milder air that'll be in place. About 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon is going to be the chance for our first chance for some rain showers rolling through. Then by about 8, 9 o'clock tonight, another round of those showers. Overnight into early tomorrow morning, some leftover rain showers. Most of the rain should be done by our Friday morning commute, and by Friday afternoon that wind is going to turn and be more northwesterly, so that's going to bring in the colder air as we head towards Saturday. But overall, our rainfall totals not looking that impressive. We're still above average for the year so far with our moisture, but maybe about 1/3 of an inch in Westminster and Frederick County, and we'll see maybe 2/10 of an inch in Cockeysville down into Baltimore City. So not a lot of rain, but enough that you want to have the kids with the umbrella just in case. Beep beep when you pick them up this afternoon at the bus stop. Upper 20s this morning, but 40s by noontime and into the lower 50s for a lot of us as we head later into the day today. So golfers, if you do want to get out this morning and even through midday, you should be good to go. It's going to be later this afternoon with some of those rain showers will impact your round. Upper 40s and lower 50s, Westminster, Bel Air over to Cockeysville, right about 53 in Baltimore City, 50 in Annapolis, 54 in D.C. today. And look, notice those lower 60s for Southern Virginia, Roanoke and Richmond. Hold off on that car wash probably till Saturday afternoon because Thursday and Friday we got red lights on it because of the rain that is going to be rolling through here. And here's kind of the larger picture. There's the future scan, this warm front right there. That's why we're seeing that milder air through tonight and even lasting through tomorrow before the colder air is going to rush in Friday night into Saturday morning. That's going to be the secondary cold front that picks up the wind. It'll be kind of blustery on Saturday with temperatures dropping to the mid 40s. But we have a nice warm up next week. We're tracking low to mid and even upper 60s toward Tuesday and Wednesday of next week.
Let's take a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network now. There is an accident at Maryland 295 South, right at Powder Mill Road. We know that 2 vehicles are involved there. You see in the lower corner of your screen there, that lower shot, you see cars just inching through the southbound lanes. All southbound lanes are closed through that region, so these cars are going to come to well, these cars are still just inching by. Southbound lanes are closed. Lots of backup through that area, so you might want to avoid that. Then we have another incident that is a backup on 95 southbound. It is right near 32. You see that on the top part of your screen there. Cars are going very slow through that area, so you want to give yourself some extra time or maybe just find an alternate. Let's get a check now with Mark Jones in the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Penn Train 511 and Camden 845 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good at the moment for travel. Out there on light rail, working with a service disruption still between Camden Yards and North Avenue, all due to emergency track repairs ongoing. A shuttle bus remains in place providing service there. You'll find Metro Subway, if that's your ride, with a 10-minute delay from end to end. Allow time in your travels. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Most doctors are burned out. I'm Shanae Bones in Washington with a look at how this can negatively impact you, and I've got a look at a possible solution.
It's about the freedom of information. It's about allowing individuals to decide what books they want to read.
The Freedom to Read Act takes center stage in Annapolis, still ahead. How it could impact book bans across several Maryland counties. 6:22 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local all morning.
.25, we have a health alert for you this morning.
And doctors say they are burnt out. Many of them have even considered a career change.
And of course, that could have serious implications for patients in need of care.
National correspondent Janae Bowens has a look at the issues and how AI could help.
Dr. Anand Parekh practiced internal medicine for many years. He gets why so many doctors are exhausted.
Staffing shortages, there are reimbursement challenges.
Just the sheer administrative complexity related to electronic health records and billing.
A new survey from Athena Health shows 93% of doctors feel burned out on a regular basis, and 56% said they have considered leaving the field or no longer seeing patients.
It really affects the availability of when you can see your doctor, how long you can spend with your doctor, whether you can see the doctor that you want.
On a brighter note, 8 in 10 physicians believe AI could eventually reduce many of their problems. AI expert Dr. Lisa Palmer agrees.
I would like for people to think about artificial intelligence being their doctor's co-pilot, their doctor's assistant. It's not going to replace them. It's going to make their doctors' lives easier so that they can spend more time with you doing what they want to do.
There's still regulatory concerns like a patient's privacy. But Dr. Parekh says AI will provide a lot of benefits.
To scribe notes so that a doctor can spend more time with a patient, looking at a patient as opposed to looking at a computer screen. AI could potentially help support a clinician as they think through what is a diagnosis a patient has, how do you manage their illness.
That survey found many physicians are working an average of 15 extra hours every week, and the ones already using electronic health records spend less time working extra. Now, that's more proof that technology and AI might help doctors to feel less burned out. In Washington, Janae Bowens for the National Desk.
A chilly morning with a mild afternoon ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when we can expect our next weather maker and if it will impact your weekend plans.
And still to come, one lucky fan gets 10 grand plus Ravens tickets for 20 years. What he had to do to secure that coveted prize. And now you can watch Fox 45 News anytime on Amazon Fire TV or Samsung TV Plus. 6:27 is the time right now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and again, another morning where you're like, you may even have to scrape a little bit on the windshield when you're stepping out.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. She actually didn't feel as cold this morning, even though the temperature said 33. So I don't know if I had on extra layers or what, but I'm just looking forward to the warm-up when it happens.
Yeah, exactly. And even later today, even though we're tracking rain, our numbers are going to be warmer than we've been all week, and will be even warmer tomorrow before that big warm-up next week. But let's talk about those clouds that are kind of hanging around. That's actually kept our temperatures from dropping as cold as we've been the last few days. But overall, it's still chilly when you make your way out, and we are tracking the rain showers later this afternoon with those temperatures staying mild. Here's a look at your morning drive. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Upper 20s and lower 30s over the next couple of hours. We'll actually top out in the lower 50s today and close to 60 for tomorrow, even though we've got that rain left over tomorrow morning. Saturday, blustery, quite a bit colder, right back down to the 40s. But we've got a big warm up next week that we'll be talking about in my full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes.
Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network in south of Baltimore, in between Baltimore and D.C. It is a headache for anyone traveling down to D.C. In fact, BW Parkway, right at 295 southbound, right at 197, they are shut down. In fact, that bottom camera right there, you can see them blocking it off. It just says police activity. Not sure what is going on there, if it's just an accident or something else. For the past 2 hours, we've been watching this just unfold, and you can see how long you get off 197 and get back on to BW Parkway right after that. And then that's northbound too. They also have some delays because of it. And then if you go over to 95, there's also some slowdowns on 95, another accident there. So that's not helping your alternate route there if you want to get that. And that's right in Guilford. It's a slowdown, but you are getting by. But 95 southbound at 32 is real slow, and there is an accident there.
In your session 2024 coverage, there are two hot-button issues we're following this morning in the legislature: book bans and gender-affirming care.
This crucial and timely legislation will safeguard our libraries from becoming the next frontier of censorship.
It is time to stop this being a political issue and start this being about doing the right thing for kids in Maryland and the United States.
Coverage for you this morning. In just a few minutes, we have Olivia Dance with more on the debate on gender-affirming care for children. We begin with Shannon Lilly. She is joining us live this morning with the debate on book bans, as some lawmakers are trying to protect people who disregard the bans. Shannon.
Yeah, the debate on book bans, Tom, is only heating up. It is an issue that's resonating across the country, including here in our state. In fact, take a listen to this, because in Annapolis, we are now hearing from both sides.
It's about the freedom of information. It's about allowing individuals to decide what books they want to read.
I heard several times in the testimony that we trust our librarians to curate collections based on the needs of their community. But it sounds to me like this bill is taking away some of that trust.
So the bill in question there is House Bill 785, titled the Freedom to Read Act. Right now, it is working its way through the legislature, and yesterday it went in front of the House Ways and Means Committee. The proposed law is aimed at protecting books and librarians at public libraries and public schools, and it is pushing back against the push to ban books some feel are inappropriate for children. So let's take a look at 3 key points from this 19-page bill. It says, quote, a library should not exclude material from its catalog because of the origin, background, or views of a person who created the material. A library should not prohibit or remove material from its catalog because of partisan or doctrinal disapproval. And librarians shall not be dismissed, demoted, suspended, disciplined, or otherwise retaliated against. Now, this bill also increases the penalty for walking out with a book or destroying a book. And this conversation just continues as the next hearing over this legislation is set for tomorrow morning, but this time in the Senate. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting surrounding the book bans all across our state, and you can find our complete coverage online at foxbaltimore.com.
Lawmakers this session are also seeking to change a state law that allows 16 and 17-year-olds to get life-changing gender-affirming care without their parents' approval. Olivia Dance is joining us live with the argument on both sides. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, there's lots of debate over this as a group of Republican lawmakers in Maryland plus 3 Democrats are calling for parents to have the final say in medical gender-affirming care for their kids.
It is time to stop this being a political issue and start this being about doing the right thing for kids in Maryland and the United States.
That was Jamie Reed, a former case manager in a gender clinic in St. Louis, who sparked headlines after raising concerns about what she saw going on at the clinic. Reed is now speaking in support of the bill during a committee hearing on Wednesday. Delegate Lauren Arikan, representing Baltimore and Harford counties, is leading the way on this bill, which would require kids 16 and 17 years old to get their parents to sign off on this type of care, like surgeries or medication such as estrogen or testosterone. The proposal, though, does not include social transitioning, like calling someone by different pronouns, but some lawmakers were quick to ask questions.
So can you point to me in last year's legislation where it did not?
Could you explain to the committee what those incentives are?
What proof do you have?
Do we know the average age that they're finally deciding? Okay, so obviously there was certain age, and then now they're deciding to go through the detransitions.
According to a June 2022 study from UCLA School of Law Williams Institute, 300,000 kids between 13 and 17 years old identify as transgender nationwide. That's about 1.4% of kids that age across the country. In Maryland, though, it's unclear how many kids fall within the scope of this new bill. If passed, medical providers could face a fine or jail time, but right now it's unclear when or if there will be voting on this proposal. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
2 kids become trapped while digging a hole on the beach, killing a 7-year-old. Straight ahead from our live center, why it was such a struggle to rescue them and the warning now for others.
Residents say they still do not feel safe even after the city wins a lawsuit against a ghost gun maker. We'll take a closer look at this monumental lawsuit. 6:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local all morning. 6:40 in Florida, a young girl is dead. A boy is hospitalized after they became trapped in a sand hole that they were digging on the beach.
Such a sad story. Let's get over to Megan Gillen in our Live Center with what we know this morning, Megan.
Yeah, we know what happened just north of Fort Lauderdale. Two siblings, guys from Indiana, digging a hole like many kids do on the beach, and we're told it was roughly 4 to 5 feet deep. This is some images online of it when it collapsed on them. 911 calls revealing a frantic search to find them.
Reference to a child caught in a hole in sand by the High Noon Resort Hotel. There's about 20 people digging, trying to find the child. The child is about 7 to 8 years old.
Both children were pulled from the hole in the sand and taken to the hospital. Unfortunately, the 7-year-old girl has died. Her 9-year-old brother is stable this morning. Witnesses say that he was buried up to his chest and his sister was fully covered.
When I got down there, the boy was about maybe 3 feet maybe down, but his head, at that point, his head was above the sand. But I guess his sister was beside him and she was down further, and they tried digging her out, but the more they dug, the more the sand collapsed.
You're taking a look at video now just into our newsroom where a makeshift memorial now sits on the sand there. The hole, meantime, now surrounded by cones for safety. We're told the investigation is still ongoing. Officials now calling the collapse an under-recognized danger that kills and injures several children every year all around the country. Certainly an important and stark reminder as many families are preparing for spring break. We also want to make you aware of some other breaking news that we're following here this morning. A major AT&T outage. Still no word, guys, on what is causing this outage. We know thousands of users are still without being able to make phone calls right now. At its peak, there was 32,000. Now here right now, 28,687. This is according to Down Detector. This has been going on for just about 3 hours now. Again, a major AT&T outage happening right now. That's the latest from our Live Center. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. $90 million slated to go toward climate projects in the state of Maryland. In our 8 o'clock hour, the disconnect happening with other parts of the budget.
Plus, a terrifying moment for a nonprofit in Seattle. Look at that. When a Metro bus crashes into their building that was full of teenagers and all the people on the bus as well. Still ahead, how they're now struggling to find a new home for that nonprofit. 6:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:46 on this Thursday morning in your morning rush. Baltimore City leaders, they're touting a reduction in shootings and gun arrests among young people, announcing a legal victory against ghost gun manufacturer Polymer 80. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with an update on Baltimore's ghost gun lawsuit. But Olivia, what does the data show, though, about the violence that's happening still in the city?
Yeah, well, Tom, it shows that the violence is not slowing down. And as you mentioned, city leaders are celebrating that lawsuit victory against Polymer 80, which is a ghost gun manufacturer. But gun arrests are actually down in several districts all across the city here, according to the latest BPD data. And the lawsuit has done little to ease the concerning number of guns in juvenile hands. Now, the Eastern District is down 27% year to date. Central is down 24%, followed by Northeast at 18%. In Southwest on Saturday, juveniles carjacked a man at gunpoint in Pigtown. And then in East Baltimore, a 17-year-old was shot in the face last month. According to statistical Constat data not used for reporting, citywide juveniles taken into custody for guns is down 50% from this time last year. Coming up in just about 15 minutes, hear from residents who are concerned over just how many juveniles have guns. Back to you.
This week marks 1 year since Vincent Schiraldi got the green light to become the state's juvenile services secretary. And now former Maryland lawmakers are questioning the process that led to his appointment. Shannon Lilly is joining us live with more on what we're learning about these questions. Shannon.
Yeah, well, we're learning, Patrice, that this is a monumental task that has to be done in just a matter of days. In fact, we are hearing from former state Senator Jim Brochin, who sat on the Senate's Executive Nominations Committee for years. And that is the committee that is tasked with either approving or denying the governor's appointees. And Brochin describes this process as rushed at best. In Schiraldi's case, he believes that the committee didn't hear both sides of the issue. He believes they heard from Schiraldi, as Schiraldi testified, but they didn't hear from the many who were under Schiraldi's previous leadership in other states that had an issue with his leadership. So coming up in 15 minutes, we are going to dig deeper in this process and why Brochin believes Schiraldi just flew past it. Now back to you.
All right, turn your attention to the screen.
Yeah, you turn around, they wait, and then all of a sudden your name pops up. One lucky lottery player has won the coveted Ravens Seats for 20 Years prize. Here he is hugging his daughter and grabbing his wife. Each year, the Maryland Lottery picks one lucky player to win, and which gives them a pair of club-level seats to every Baltimore Ravens home game for the next 20 years. This year, Thomas Humphreys of Nottingham was picked from more than 800,000 entries.
I've been to a bunch of games at M&T Bank, not as many as I'd hoped to, but now I have the chance to go to plenty. And I hope to have memories with this little one right here, take her to her first game so she can cherish these memories growing up as well.
Well, each of the 6 finalists, though, that were up on that stage waiting to see their name, they had already won $10,000. That's why they're all smiles and excited about it.
That's not a bad consolation prize at all. And you were saying so the 20 years is about how many games?
Well, 160 plus, because 8 or 9 home games a year. So, yeah, you're 160
I wonder how it works. I mean, those are your seats. So if you can't make it that week, can you tell your, hey, friend, you can go?
Of course. Why not?
That's
your seats.
awesome.
And, they're probably going to expand it to 18 games. The NFL is, so you'll probably even get. I'm telling you, it's going to happen. I mean, it's going to happen.
A lot of cities out there that don't have teams.
A lot of weeks of picks.
A lot of picks and predictions.
A lot of countries also that will be jumping in.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to looking at South America, that different whole new continent and everything. So, yeah, that's going to be good stuff. And congratulations to that person and that family as well. Our downtown Baltimore camera, we do have some clouds out there. We're going to see that sunrise in just a moment from right now. And then as we get later into the day, we're expecting more cloud cover. So grab the sunrise shots while you can, because that sun, again, will be kind of behind the clouds throughout most of the afternoon. Upper 20s, your temperatures right now, 28 officially at BWI Thurgood Marshall. You can always catch your temperatures in your neighborhoods right there on the right side of your screen. Here's a look at our next weather maker, starting to get a little bit more active. Charleston, West Virginia, just to the other side of the Alleghenies, moving closer to western Maryland and also up toward Pittsburgh and to parts of western PA. That area of low pressure centered over the central plains, and then that warm front out ahead of that, all of that is going to be tracking toward our region, and the warmer air will be here as well. So this is our hourly future scan. This model updates every hour. It's called the HRRR model. And you can see about noon, may get a stray shower or two right around northern Baltimore County up toward Cockeysville. But it looks like at about 2, 3 o'clock is when that rain actually is going to start to roll through the region. And it'll probably be impacting your evening commute, 4 or 5 p.m. That's when that rain rolls through, even picking the kids up from the bus stop. But by about 9 o'clock tonight, most of the rain should be done. And then we'll have a few leftover showers in the overnight, possibly left over into early tomorrow morning for your commute. On your coffee cast, upper 20s and lower 30s over the next couple of hours. Sun will be up until 5:51 this afternoon. And overall, you can see in your day planner 41 by 10 a.m. Numbers climb into the lower 50s by about 2, 3 o'clock. Those are going to be well above average for this time of year, even hanging on to about 50 degrees through that 5 o'clock hour, despite some of those rain showers. Checking the temps in your area, upper 40s and lower 50s across Carroll County and across Baltimore counties as well. And Hartford and Cecil counties a little cooler, but mid to upper 40s. Bel Air, Aberdeen up in the northeast, right about 50 for your high today. Checking our temperature tracker, notice we're almost 60 tomorrow. Big drop off on Saturday. That's going to be the colder air rushing right back in, but it's temporary because we get to about 50 on Sunday. And check those low to mid and even upper 60s by next week. Some models want to have 70 by next Wednesday. It does come with some more rain, however, so it'll be kind of a spring-like feeling for the last week of February.
All right, well, let's take a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. We've seen so many incidents this morning. Not a great day out on the roads. We are still tracking the accident at Maryland 295 southbound. That's your lower picture there on your screen, right at Powder Mill Road. We know that 2 vehicles were involved, but all southbound lanes are closed. You see them diverting folks off of there. There's police activity happening on both the north and southbound off ramps, though, so avoid that area. Then on the top here, this is a major backup in Jessup, 95 southbound near 32. So a slow go in that area. No accidents in that area, just volume. All right, parents, listen up. Dental hygiene is critical, especially at a young age. In our 8 o'clock hour, a local event that you can take your child to this weekend to get professional teeth cleaning.
Are you looking for a snuggle buddy for the day? Well, coming up, a new program offered by a local shelter where you can help a furry friend spend less time on the kennel and more time, possibly, in your home.
Oh, very cute. And it's nice to snuggle up with your little furry ones while you're taking a rest for a coffee break. 6:56 and making headlines this morning. We can now show you the horrific moment when a Metro bus in Seattle that was full of evening commuters crashed into a building that was full of teenagers.
Now, this crash happened in January 24th. Denise Whitaker with our Sinclair sister station in Seattle explains how the nonprofit was hosting teenagers that night and is now struggling to find another space.
Watch these severe, violent images captured from 8 different angles recorded by King County Metro Transit. This crash on South Jackson Street starts with the driver of the white car moving right in the path of the bus. When the two collide, the car bounces off the bus and spins out on the street. Now watch what happens next. The bus goes flying into a building with dozens of teenagers inside skateboarding. You see them running for safety.
It's definitely been pretty traumatic.
When you watch the video, I mean, how do you react to it?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing is just being super grateful that no one was injured.
Finn Bradbury tells me the teenagers were participating in one of Skate Like a Girl's free programs that night. It does not exist right now. Their space boarded up, unusable after this horrific crash.
Has Metro Transit reached out to you? I mean, what is that relationship like?
Yeah, so we've been working with Metro. It's been challenging.
I asked Metro Transit what they're doing to help this nonprofit. Sean Hawks responded, telling me Metro has been looking to find ways to support the group's near-term needs, but a permanent home has not yet been identified.
And our biggest goal is for us to get programming back.
But to do that, they definitely need a new space. So here's part of their wish list. They're looking for 4,000 square feet, 15-foot ceilings, accessible parking, heat, and a bathroom. Plus, ideally, they would really like to stay here in the Central District or in South Seattle. Denise Whitaker.
Wow, Skate Like a Girl is renting out some small temporary spaces right now, and they're storing some of their equipment while they look for a new warehouse space. That was scary.
In West Baltimore, some skateboarders are making their voices heard by protesting outside of the city's Recreation and Parks Department.
This comes after the department announced in 2020 that they were bringing a skate park to the Easterwood neighborhood, only for them to never follow through with the plan. Well, instead, the city, along with Senator Antonio Hayes, announced a new plan that would provide overall improvements to the park, but would exclude the construction of the skate park.
Community activist Marvin Cheatham, or Doc Cheatham as he's known, was among those behind the skate park's design. He says the project came about after he noticed children in his area are traveling long distances to other skate parks that are miles away.
And we decided to take today to say to Reginald Moore, who is director, you promised us a skateboard park, make up that promise, give the kids what they requested. Don't let Antonio Hayes, the state senator, do a great injustice to our children. It's like a livelihood for the kids, you know. They need some other things to do just rather than just playing basketball. The skateboarding is probably one of the newest activities for young people in the world, not just, you know, in Maryland, in the world. Skateboarding is now an Olympic event. It's saying that people like skateboarding, and this is something that the kids can do.
For more stories on the push to bring a skate park to the Easterwood neighborhood, you can head to our website right now. It's at foxbaltimore.com.
This morning, we are following 2 big stories when it comes to the rise in juvenile crime. City leaders claim victory when it comes to ghost guns, but now Baltimore residents want to see more juveniles held accountable if they are found with guns.
You have to have a system that works, and right now there is no system.
The process to approve the governor's appointees now facing questions, where changes may need to happen to make sure nominations are thoroughly vetted.
Our temperatures, not too bad right now. We're tracking some rain showers and milder temperatures for the day today. We'll break down your full forecast coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, February 22nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We still have a little bit of snow in the front yard, but maybe the rain today will wash the rest of that away. It's just where the shade kind of is.
Oh,
sun
ours
can't get there.
gone, long out of here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast. We've just got mess now.
And we're going to have some more rain that's going to kind of help to clean things out, too, especially on the roads and all that salt that's still left over from the snow we had over the weekend. Sun is now up. We're going to see the sun for a little bit today as we look out from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Very calm conditions there across the Inner Harbor. 27 your temp in Baltimore, up into Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. 27 as well in Bel Air. 30 in Dundalk, and still mid to upper 20s for you in Glen Burnie and Pasadena as you wake up with us in Anne Arundel County. Lower 30s next hour. Will be in the mid 30s through 9 a.m. Overall, Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Maybe a little frosty this morning. And even with the rain this afternoon, we're still going to get our numbers into the lower 50s. So temperatures will be above average for the day today. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about how much warmer we get tomorrow and next week as well.
Let's take a look now at your Solar Traffic Network, and we continue tracking the accident that happened on 295 South right at Powder Mill Road. It's an accident of some sort. Police, you see the bottom screen right there that is blocking BW Parkway southbound has been blocked now for hours. Not exactly sure. They just say police activity. And they are both north and southbound lanes. So you're getting off of 197 and they're getting you back on when you're traveling south. And that's causing a major backup. The other one you can see on the top screen there, it was a backup right at 95, and that was happening right at 32 earlier. It caused some miles of backups there as people were trying to get around that. They've now removed the incident, just said police activity, so we're still not sure what caused it, but you're still dealing with some residual backups.
Continuing coverage this morning, Baltimore City leaders announce a legal victory against the ghost gun manufacturer Polymer 80.
Now, some residents say they still do not feel any safer after a 13 and 19-year-old were shot right in Baltimore City. A 19-year-old later dying in the hospital.
This is the worst I've ever seen it, and I think it really boils down to there's no consequences. They need to crack down on the criminals that have guns, because criminals are always going to have guns.
Well, we have team coverage for you this morning. In fact, in just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be joining us live with some concerns some former lawmakers have with the appointment process for Maryland's Juvenile Services Secretary. But first, we begin with Olivia Dan. She has an update on Baltimore's ghost gun lawsuit as the numbers show violence is not slowing down. Olivia.
Well, Tom, city leaders are celebrating Baltimore's lawsuit victory against Polymer 80, which is a ghost gun manufacturer. But gun arrests are actually down in several districts all across the city here, according to the latest BPD data. And the lawsuit has done little to ease the concerning number of guns in juvenile hands. The Eastern District is down 27% year to date. Central is down 24%, followed by Northeast at 18%. In Southwest on Saturday, juveniles carjacked a man at gunpoint in Pigtown. And then in East Baltimore, a 17-year-old was shot in the face last month. According to statistical Constat data not used for reporting, citywide juveniles taken into custody for guns is down 50% from this time last year. And the loss of control when it comes to juveniles and guns is, of course, raising concerns.
And it's like the wild, wild west at times. Where they get these guns, I have no idea. This is the worst I've ever seen it, and I think it really boils down to there's no consequences.
And you may remember that just last week, Baltimore police arrested a 17-year-old for murder. They say that he shot and killed a man in Northeast Baltimore. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Now, juvenile crime has been a focus of this year's legislative session in Annapolis, with Democratic lawmakers highlighting three pillars of their proposal. They want to extend probation for young offenders, expand certain criminal charges to children as young as 10 years old, and then reform the intake process within the Department of Juvenile Services. Part of the bill would require DJS to get cases to state's attorneys in 15 days rather than 25. Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates says he would like to get cases even sooner than that.
I would love to be able to be there day one with the intake. That way we can work with the police to put together a better case. 15 days I still feel is way too long.
Now, parts of the proposal are in conflict with the messaging from DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi, who has argued against probation and parole for young offenders.
Fox 45 News has heard from Schiraldi's former colleagues in both New York and Washington, D.C., who claim his policies made the situation work in their respective cities. Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with more insight from some former Maryland lawmakers who are questioning the process that led to Schiraldi's appointment. Shannon?
Yeah, this morning, Tom, we are hearing from former state Senator Jim Brochin, who says the committee that ultimately made that call to put Schiraldi in the position he's in today, well, he says that committee itself is in need of desperate repair.
The meeting's at 5:30 on Mondays. You show up a quarter to 5 or 5 o'clock, and there's a notebook with 400 pages in the notebook. And you got 400 pages in there, and the first person comes up, and you're like scrambling and going through the resume.
Now, Brochin understands this process because he sat on the Senate's Executive Nominations Committee for years. It was 1 year ago this week in Annapolis that the committee gave the green light for Vincent Schiraldi to become Juvenile Services Secretary. But Brochin is shedding light on that process, saying that the committee is tasked with examining hundreds of the governor's appointees from all different departments in just a matter of days. So it's a monumental task, which Brochin says leaves little time to investigate. In Schiraldi's case, Schiraldi himself testified before the committee, but there was no one to testify about Schiraldi's policy breakdown in Washington or the outrage generated during his short stint in New York.
How did he get there in the first place? And he got there in the first place because potential opponents of his were not brought to the table by staff and by the system, so the people on committee could listen to both sides of the issue.
Keep in mind, Schiraldi was the governor's only cabinet secretary who is not unanimously approved by the state Senate. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, developing now, there is a new push statewide to increase wages for tipped workers in Maryland.
The lobbying group One Fair Wage did a survey, and they say the idea has 68% support, but not everyone is on board.
John Gonzalez with our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C. is in Potomac this morning. He spoke with a local restaurant owner about how this could impact his business.
So 7 states and the District of Columbia have already passed legislation to ban the tipped minimum wage. Could Maryland be next? Here's what we're talking about here. Maryland restaurants currently have to pay their tipped workers, servers, bartenders, a base wage of $3.63 as long as it adds up to the state's minimum wage, which is currently $15. If it doesn't, well, the restaurant must make the difference. Well, Quincy's here in Potomac, Maryland, one of the restaurants keeping a very close eye on things in Annapolis. This legislation would impact about 100,000 people, and it echoes a similar law that passed 2 years ago in D.C. known as Initiative 82. Delegate Adrian Boafo is the sponsor of the bill and has the support of One Fair Wage. They believe this will increase the total earnings of restaurant workers. However, the Restaurant Association of Maryland disagrees, arguing that eliminating tip credit would severely disrupt the industry. They worry that employees won't work as hard and customers won't tip as much.
We could definitely see some restaurants laying people off or cutting hours because now they just can't afford that kind of a payroll. If they do keep the same payroll, that extra cost might be passed on to the consumer in pricing. They might have to raise prices on food and alcohol possibly.
Now in Annapolis, there's already a bill on the table that would phase out tipped minimum wage by 2027. If this new legislation is passed on the House side and Senate, it would end up on the ballot for Maryland voters to decide come November. In Potomac, Maryland, John Gonzalez, Fox 45 Morning News.
7:10, the Odysseus lunar lander is set to touch down on the moon today.
And we want to get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with the history in the making. Megan?
That's right, guys. This is an uncrewed moon lander targeted to touch down on the lunar South Pole at 5:30 tonight. And check out this latest image that was captured here. Pretty cool. This was just yesterday as it was passing over the moon following lunar orbit. Crews reporting, guys, all systems a go. And this is big because if this mission is successful, the lander will be the first commercially built craft to ever reach the moon. I want to show you some video now as it launched into space last Thursday. This was developed by NASA and Houston-based Intuitive Machines. It's been more than 50 years, guys, since the United States landed a spacecraft on the moon. And we are hearing that it's carrying science and technology experiments that could help with future lunar landing missions such as Artemis 3. Also getting word the spacecraft has a camera system called Eagle Cam that's going to allow you to be able to see the descent as it lands on the moon. Again, that's going to be on its website here. This is Intuitive's website. It's going to happen at 5:30 tonight. Also, big breaking news we've been following all morning long. Several major cell phone companies experiencing outages here this morning. That includes Verizon. They're now seeing about 2,000 outages still here at this hour. T-Mobile impacted just a little bit. They have just under 1,000. The big winner, or perhaps loser, AT&T, guys. They are seeing 36,987 people without service right now. Again, this is a major cell phone outage. It started just around 3:30 this morning, so we're looking at just about over 3 hours now, guys, that this has been down, where people have not been able to make cell phone calls, text messages, trying to figure out what caused this. But at this point, we just know that several of them being impacted. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour. Lawmakers uncover a flaw in school safety legislation. Fox 45's Project Baltimore team looks into how a 15-year-old admitted rapist slipped through the cracks and was attending Patterson High School.
New polling shows former Governor Larry Hogan ahead of his Democratic opponents in the race for Maryland's open Senate seat. We speak to a political analyst about why, plus how this could impact Maryland's political landscape. 7:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. (7:15) and now to our election 2024 coverage. He jumped into the race late, but new polls show former Governor Larry Hogan is in the lead in the race for U.S. Senate. The Republican is leading by double digits over his Democratic challengers, Congressman David Trone and County Executive Angela Alsobrooks. Political analyst John Deedy joins us this morning with a look at this race. Good morning, John.
Good morning.
All right, so looking at this poll, this was a Ragnar Research Partners poll. It says Hogan has 49%, Trone would have 33% if they were head-to-head, 18% undecided, and then Hogan 52%, also Brooks 29%, and 19% undecided if that was the head-to-head match. What do you make of these numbers? Were you surprised?
I was surprised a little bit by the margin for Hogan, but I was also kind of shocked behind Trone's numbers being so low. He's been on TV ad nauseum for the last 7 to 8 months, and he's that far behind Hogan, which shows that also Brooks in many ways has more room to grow than Hogan does, but than Trone does.
So I agree with you 100%. Trone and also Brooks have been at this for months. Their ads are flooding the airwaves. So what does it say that Hogan can jump in just weeks ago and be so highly favored and a Republican in a Democratic state? Should Trone and also Brooks be worried?
They should be worried. The reason Hogan's numbers are so good was he had high favorabilities while he was governor. He was a very popular governor. He did a lot of things people liked. And this is going to help him in the general election on a lot of different issues where he can kind of show how different he is to appeal to more Democrats and independents. Things he did in the past, such as, working on funding for community colleges and protecting prescription drug coverage for retirees, things that Democrats in the legislature are trying to kill. And he could say, there's issues that Democrats like as voters that I agree with you on. And I think he can appeal to those voters and kind of show how he's different in many ways.
Are we going so far as to say this is Hogan's race to lose?
Not at this stage, because it's still early in the process. Once you get the primaries stuff going on. Last night, I was at a dinner with former Lieutenant Governor Boyd Buffett, and he's going to be meeting with Governor Hogan Friday to talk about a lot of stuff. And in many ways, it's bringing the band back. This shows that a lot of people are willing to get behind him in the state, maybe even to kind of take the Republican Party back from the extreme Dan Cox wing. If Hogan was the win, you could consider that somewhat of a successful thing, and maybe the most important thing he does in this race.
Very interesting. We're going to be following it closely. John, thank you. Well, it's 7:18 now, and the sun is coming up nice and bright. We're going to see if that feels that way when you go outside, though.
Yeah, temperatures still on the chilly side with lots of cloud cover that is starting to build in. So that sun trying to peek through. We saw it just a little bit ago, but more of that cloud cover will be here. And that's what we're going to see today is mostly cloudy skies. Mild temperatures, however. Rain is starting to move a little bit closer to the old line state, still in parts of West Virginia and to the north up into the Pittsburgh region. But overall, this is the next weather maker. The center of low pressure is over the central plains. We're going to get that milder air with that warm front that's going to bring in those temperatures that will be above average. So here's a look at our hourly future scan. We'll see a few showers possibly by about noontime. Better chance for the rains after about 3-4 o'clock this afternoon. That's going to roll through and be wet for your evening commute and maybe even when you're picking the kids up from school. And then as you get into Thursday night, most of that rain is done. Still some leftover showers that'll be possible in the overnight hours. Believe most of that's going to be done by the time we get to our Friday morning commute. So as the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, it's still cold this morning with upper 20s, but upper 40s by noontime and recess, and we'll be in the lower 50s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hours. So average high this time of year in the upper 40s. A lot of us near those numbers or even above them with lower 50s in Baltimore down through Columbia, Laurel, and even Annapolis at 50 this afternoon. 54 in the district, lower 60s in Richmond down through Roanoke. Notice our temperature trend. We get to almost 60 tomorrow. A big drop off on Saturday. We're right back into the 40s, but then Sunday's not too bad. And then look at Monday and Tuesday. We're on our way to some low to mid and even upper 60s by next week. This is kind of the larger picture of that future scan. So here we can see that rain that develops this afternoon as that low moves closer to us. Then Thursday night, the first cold front passes through. Friday, we'll see the drier conditions by the afternoon. A secondary stronger cold front will bring in the breezy and blustery conditions and that colder air by the time we head toward the weekend. We're just 17 days out until we spring forward, 24 days until St. Patty's Day, and 5 weeks from today, opening day for your Baltimore Orioles there at Camden Yards. Here's that 7-day forecast for us. As I mentioned, blustery on Saturday, but then next week we'll see those numbers really climb close to 70 degrees by next Wednesday, even though that comes with even more rain.
Well, taking a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network here, and we continue following. You see the bottom camera right there. That is BW Parkway southbound, and it is been a major issue South Laurel there, right at, they've been blocking it off at 197. You basically have to leave. It's been shut down for a while. No idea why, but it just says police activity. Then if you go north of that, right on 295, let me show you this, this camera too. This could have been, there's one vehicle in the median. You see people trying to work on it. It could have been because they were stuck in traffic going southbound for so long. They decided, oh, I'm just going to go over to the northbound side and go. But it looks like they maybe got stuck in the mud. But otherwise, that's the issue that is causing some major backups. Still not sure why the police have blocked off the major section and have blocked it off now for almost 3 hours. Well, about 2.5 hours now. In fact, we want to give you a live look now from our Lens Solar mobile track, and yeah, this is exactly what you're going to see. 295 right at BW, right onto BW Parkway, where you can see they're stuck in traffic. So we'll find out exactly where he is, but yeah, still on BW Parkway southbound to DC. It's just horrible this morning.
Take a journey to Neverland when you visit the Hippodrome this week at a showing of Peter Pan that is right here in Charm City. We're going to meet the players in this iconic story. That's all coming up in our 9 o'clock hour.
And we are at Barks this morning finding out all about Dog's Day Out. Say good morning to Chocolate Crinkle. We're going to take her out with us today, out on the town. Find out more about this program in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Are you looking for a hiking buddy for the day? Or maybe how about someone to snuggle up on the couch with and watch a movie?
For today's hometown hotspot, meteorologist and dog lover Amy Aronson is live at Barks Animal Shelter with more on their new program. And I'm thinking of your husband right now, Amy, and how many dogs you're going to try and take home.
I know, I was just thinking that. I've already got a dog and a baby at home. I think I could handle a few more dogs. And why not Chocolate Crinkle? She's such a sweetie. I'm here with Noelle and Caitlin this morning, and Chocolate Crinkle, who is sitting like such a good girl. She's ready for her day out. So Dog's Day Out, what does this involve? It sounds like such a fun idea.
Yes, we are so excited about this new program. It's almost like anybody can come down to the shelter and rent a dog for the day.
I love that.
So anyone can come any day of the week. They can sign up online. They don't have to be an existing volunteer or foster. They can come on down. Our foster team will match them up with a dog like Chocolate Crinkle, who would be great for a day out. They could take them home and just snuggle on the couch for a few hours. They could go hiking, or we're going to take Chocolate Crinkle over to a coffee shop and out by the water today.
Yeah, how much fun. A little lovely day out. To me, this sounds like a recipe for ending up with a ton of dogs. So if people take a dog out on this adventure and they're like, oh my gosh, I just want to keep this dog at home with me, is that something that this could lead to?
Absolutely. We're really hoping that this leads to more foster homes and adopters from the program. A lot of other shelters across the country have had great success with this.
Okay, and tell us about Chocolate Crinkle really quick. Obviously, she's up for adoption.
She's 4 years old. She is what we assume to be some type of Rottweiler. She's perfect. She's only been here a few days, so we don't know a ton about her yet. Okay. But she's obviously very friendly. She's a large girl. She's great on her leash. And she's not fazed by all the kind of loud noises in the shelter, which is a really stressful environment for most dogs. But she is happy to have friends, and she seems happy to anyone that's approached her so far. She loves being outside on her leash, and she's a really fun girl.
And she knows sit, clearly.
Knows sit, yes.
Okay, awesome. Well, we're going to take her out on an adventure with us today. Like Noelle just said, we're heading to a coffee shop with her, so that's going to be a fun little adventure. If you want more information right now on Dog's Day Out here at Parks, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Tom, Patrice, what do you think we should get her at the coffee shop? Little pup cup or something?
A little pup cup. Naomi always wants to do that, poor buddy.
And Amy, your other dog's name is Praline, and then
Praline.
And what is this, your new dog's name?
Chocolate Crinkle. Chocolate Crinkle. It goes perfectly with Praline.
Sorry, Ben.
Yeah, sorry, Ben. All right. Thanks, Amy. A cloudy and mild day ahead, but we are going to see some rain this evening. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the timing of that system in his full Weather Authority forecast.
It's about allowing individuals to decide what books they want to read. This bill is taking away some of that trust.
Protecting libraries and some public schools, how the Freedom to Read Act could impact book bans that are in place across the state of Maryland. 7:28 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 7:31 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yeah, a little warm up, but then what, 60s next week?
I'm all for that. I'm ready. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
Yeah, early taste of spring here for the final week of February, but we still have some cold numbers to get through, and right now still on the chilly side as we look outside. That sun is up, but there's definitely a lot more cloud cover around, and you're going to see more of those clouds throughout the day today. That's going to set us up for the rain that's rolling in this afternoon and into the evening time. 40s in western Maryland, actually warmer in Oakland than it is here in Baltimore. Only 27 in Baltimore City. Bel Air also at 27, and some mid-30s for you there in Westminster at this time. So on your out the door cast, kind of everything. Jackets, sunglasses, but won't need the sunglasses later. You will need some of that rain gear if you're going to be out and about in that middle part of the afternoon. Out for a run or a jog, you can get it in now before that rain rolls in. Just layer up with temperatures in the 30s. We'll top out at 53 today, almost 60 tomorrow, and then the big drop off on Saturday, that cold and blustery day ahead with temps back down to the 40s. Back with your full forecast, including those warmer numbers next week in a few.
Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and we continue following an accident that happened on, we believe, BW Parkway South. You see the flashing lights, they still have it closed here. That's right at Maryland 197, where they're getting off of 197 and getting back on BW Parkway. So still not sure exactly what happens. They said there was 2 vehicles involved. We still don't know what caused it and why it's such a heavy police presence. Taking a live look right here from your Lens Solar mobile track as they are driving along slowly in that traffic with you. Hopefully they'll be getting up to the scene here and be able to get us a little bit more information in just a little bit. Also 95 just north of White Marsh, southbound lanes, north and south. There's little incidents both north and south on 95 north of White Marsh. It's causing miles of backup in both directions. Lawmakers in Annapolis pushing forward with a bill to keep juvenile sex offenders out of public schools following a Project Baltimore investigation that found a 15-year-old rapist attending Patterson High School.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, a similar law was passed 3 years ago, but it was missing one key detail that allowed this to happen.
This emergency bill is needed to ensure the safety of Maryland students.
Lawmakers in Annapolis back in 2020 took a stand and introduced legislation aimed at making public schools safer. The bill was the first of its kind in America.
I think this bill is a good bill. So this bill would allow the school system to come up with an alternative way of educating someone once they're...
Yes, because we don't want to take education away from anyone.
The legislation was drafted following a Project Baltimore investigation that found a 21-year-old registered sex offender was attending Parkville High School in Baltimore County. Back then, in 2020, state law banned registered sex offenders from being in public schools. However, a student convicted of a sex offense could get permission from school leaders to take classes, which is what happened at Parkville when this man, Santino Sudano, attended the school.
Hi, looking for a Principal Astorita? We just want to ask her why she allowed a 21-year-old convicted sex offender to take classes in this school.
After Project Baltimore broke that story, lawmakers passed a law banning registered sex offenders from attending Maryland public schools, while setting up alternative means to educate them outside of the classroom. The law even included a penalty of up to 5 years in jail and a $5,000 fine if someone knowingly allows a registered sex offender on school property. The new law was celebrated.
Senate Bill 515, Criminal Procedure, Registered Sex Offenders Enter into School Property.
In May of 2021, then Governor Larry Hogan signed the bill. But 3 years later, we can see it had a flaw. The new law only applied to adult sex offenders, not juveniles, a concern that was noted at the time by the Inspector General for Education, who warned in this report, schools still cannot account for students who have been convicted as a juvenile sex offender.
How is your daughter doing?
She struggles. She is in therapy.
And it took less than 3 years for that warning to become reality.
I would have to say the state is protecting the rapist.
Tonight, the mother of a rape victim has come forward with a terrifying warning for parents.
Project Baltimore last month first reported that a 15-year-old rapist was attending Patterson High School in Baltimore City. As a juvenile who was not on the sex offender registry, parents and students were not told that a rapist was in the building.
I think that what we're trying to figure out now is what steps we can take, what steps we should take that would allow for us to maybe get somewhere close to legislation that we passed in 2021.
Now, lawmakers are rushing to pass new legislation, expanding on the law signed just 3 years ago.
I think this is probably the single most important thing I can be a part of in Annapolis.
Delegate Nino Mangione and Senator Johnny Saling, both Republicans from Baltimore County, have introduced legislation which expands on the 2021 law by including juvenile sex offenders who would be prohibited from in-person attendance at a public school or a non-public school that receives state funding. And each school system shall provide alternative educational options. There's not much time left in this year's legislative session to pass the bill. Just 7 weeks.
This has certainly got my attention.
But prominent Democrats, such as Senate President Bill Ferguson,
we passed legislation that basically said no.
And Delegate Luke Klippinger have also said, following Fox 45's reporting, that they would consider legislation to expand the 2021 law to also include juveniles.
Looking in the long term for the juvenile, we want to make sure that they finish their education. We just need to make sure that we're protecting the safety of Marylanders first.
As we mentioned, the 15-year-old was allowed to return to Patterson High School because he was not placed on the juvenile sex offender registry. We now have an update. According to sources close to the investigation, the teenager has now been placed on the juvenile sex offender registry, which in Maryland is not public and only available to law enforcement. Project Baltimore will stay on this story and keep you updated on any legislation coming out of Annapolis. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Baltimore City leaders are celebrating a big win when it comes to a lawsuit against a ghost gun manufacturer. But some residents still say they don't feel safe in the city.
Some rain will be moving into our region tonight, but the system should be moving out by Friday afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know how warm it will feel in his full Weather Authority forecast. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local.
7:41, just 19 minutes in front of 8 o'clock on your Thursday morning, Friday Eve. And we've got the live cam here focused out over the Inner Harbor. Glass-like conditions there. A little bit more cloud cover, even though that sun is now up. Overall, our temperatures will actually be milder today. Even though we're tracking some rain, numbers will climb to the upper 40s and lower 50s through the afternoon. A little bit of a southeast wind, but we'll get that wind to start picking up tomorrow. And then we'll be even more mild because we'll be 53 today, 44 tonight with those rain showers, and then upper 50s for you on Friday. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
A $90 million investment for climate-related projects in Maryland.
Now, coming up in our next hour, what this plan could mean for Maryland taxpayers.
Frustration mounts over Baltimore's citation docket program. Why lawmakers are now questioning its effectiveness. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Purpose of this docket was to get individuals who might be involved in committing some of these offenses away from the traditional criminal prosecution dockets and provide a diversion lane for them. Perhaps they express a need for job training, job placement, any sort of resources, drug treatment even, any sort of resources that they might need to help them out of the cycle of criminal activity.
This morning, we are taking a closer look at the city's citation docket and if offenders are getting the help that they need. The city state's attorney's office is expressing frustration with law enforcement for not issuing enough citations. In fact, police have only issued in Baltimore City 37 citations that have made it to court since the program's inception, and about half were rejected internally. Well, joining us to break down the issues with this citation docket, attorney Eurypsie Morgan. Thank you so much for coming in.
Good morning.
Good morning. We heard about it from, State's Attorney Ivan Bates. He said, I'm coming in, I'm going to be tougher on crime. And what I'm going to do with low-level offenses, because we heard from Mosby saying I'm not going to do it. He says, oh, no, we need to do something. But I'm not going to come in back to what it was. I'm going to issue a citation docket that says, hey, we can still write something up and keep those people that are getting those offenders out of the prison pipeline.
Right, and it's a great idea. And listen, like a big part of the reason, let's not forget that Ivan Bates won that election was because, unlike Marilyn Mosby, he did say we were going to have law and order. You know, you weren't going to have just trespassing and loitering and all of these types of things that are really affecting the quality of life of residents. We're just not going to allow that to happen. Now, what has happened in this case, I think, is you have situations like the Scott administration through MONSE, the Mayor's Office of Safety and Engagement, that has, for whatever reason, refused to collaborate with the citation docket that is a great mediary, right? I practice criminal law. You know, I have been in the courtroom and I have seen, you know, in instances where maybe a person has done something wrong, loitering, things like that, and they don't need to be in front of a judge facing jail time for a first-time offense. It's clogging up the system. The citation docket provides kind of a middle ground for that, but you have to get the city on board.
Some people argue, well, there's no punishment, but there is. It's 5 hours of community service for your first offense. Second, you go up to 10 hours, and if you still do it a third time on that citation docket, then you will get prosecuted. So they're saying there is some alternatives here, and then there's some options. You can either volunteer and do that, or you face some other scenarios. Do you think police are just looking at this going, it's too confusing, I don't know what this means, and it's too much paperwork?
I think it might be a bit confusing when you have had, you know, the time that we had with Marilyn Mosby and her insistence that this is not, we were not going to prosecute these low-level offenses. It's almost like turning the Titanic, I think. It takes a little while for it to shift, but you have to have all the partners on board. And the fact that, you know, there was an MOU sent to MONSE last summer, I mean, it was over 8 months ago, and they still haven't gotten around to a legal opinion as to whether or not they can be supportive of the citation docket is absolutely ridiculous. And I think it speaks to this administration's refusal, I think, to really hold people accountable. And in this instance, we're not talking about jail time for the first time. You know, this is what activists have said we need, which is a way to deter this type of behavior, keep residents safe, but also help keep people accountable.
And what police were saying, also allow us to do something to meet with them, because that's normally where we find out about bigger issues that are going on or getting names dropped for other scenarios that may be much more dangerous to the public.
Absolutely. The first time that somebody gets caught, they could face community service, right? The second time, community service. It's not until the third or the fourth time that you're facing any type of jail time or fines. So it allows people to be diverted into resources that they need.
You're Ripsy Morgan, attorney. Thank you. We appreciate it. And will we see more citation dockets written now because of the outcry?
I hope so.
Okay. Well, now we want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at the forecast in here. We're talking rain and what that means for your weekend plans, if at all.
Yeah. Tom, good morning to you, and good morning, everybody. A little bit more cloud cover. We've been tracking it all morning long. The sun is now up and kind of trying to poke through some of those high, thin clouds, but that cloud cover will continue to thicken up, and we'll see mostly cloudy skies as we head to the day today. Temperatures still below freezing, 27 your temperature right now in Towson. Really no wind to speak of. We're tracking a few of those showers starting to get a little bit closer to Garrett County there in western Maryland, just to the south of Pittsburgh. So this is going to be the first line of some of those showers, possibly even a little wintry mix in some of the higher elevations there. But we've got warm air out ahead of that area of low pressure. That's that warm front, and that's going to be tracking into our region throughout the day today. You can see that with those red arrows. That's the southerly wind bringing in the milder conditions. So mostly cloudy through most of the day. About 2-3 o'clock is when that chance for some more light to moderate rain, at least for parts of our area. North of Columbia, up into Frederick, Westminster, northern Baltimore County as well. And this is probably going to impact your evening commute. Areas to the south, Anne Arundel County, some of our eastern shore counties may not see much of the rain today, but this is about 5 p.m. as you're trying to drive home. Maybe even picking the kids up from school could be a little bit on the wetter side of things. And then some leftover showers in that 6 and 7 o'clock hour tonight before that rain sort of dissipates a little bit. And we'll have a potential for some rain early tomorrow morning. Overall, next hour, 31 there if you're hanging out at Penn Station. And we'll get to the upper 40s by about noontime, sliding into the lower 50s for our temperatures for the afternoon. So even though we've got the rain, got those temperatures that are above average. Across Carroll and Baltimore counties, upper 40s and lower 50s is what we will see. Numbers for you in Howard and Anne Arundel counties will also be in those upper 40s, even some lower 50s for Ellicott City and Columbia down through Elk Ridge, Odenton about 51, Annapolis right about 54 today. Hold off on the car wash today and tomorrow. You can probably get it done on Saturday. It'll just be a little blustery and cold, but as you get toward the end of the weekend, some drier conditions, even though there's another round of rain coming next week. Here's that future scan. So you can see the larger picture. There's that low sliding to the north of us here tonight. The warm front out ahead of that. The first cold front passes through overnight. A secondary stronger cold front comes through tomorrow afternoon. That's going to drop our temperatures, bring the blustery conditions for us on Saturday, but we'll be nice and dry with plenty of sunshine. And Sunday doesn't look too bad, right about 50 degrees. But notice next week, even though we get those numbers well above average in the mid to upper 60s, we have to deal with some more rain as well.
7:51 and taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, still continuing to track the accident that happened 295, right? BW Parkway. You can see that in the map. It's the incident that's right smack there in the middle, and you can see all the red that's around it. Police have blocked you from going southbound on BW Parkway right at 197. You get off, you get on to 197, then you get back on to BW Parkway. That's been causing some major headaches. There's also another issue that is happening, and you can see that highlighted right here. We're talking about north of Baltimore, and let me see if I can pull up a camera there. You can see the flashing lights here. This is 95 northbound, right in the construction zone that has been a headache for commuters for, it feels like 20 years now, but there's also southbound lanes that are soft too. So there's 6 different incidents. These are the 2 major slowdowns that you're facing, and it looks like 95 is at least getting cleaned up quickly here, where BW Parkway has been shut down for almost 3 hours. Now let's take you out there to exactly what the traffic and the headache that you're dealing with. This is your Lens Solar mobile track, and it is sitting on 295 southbound because of the traffic on the BW Parkway. So here's a live shot of the headaches that you're facing if you're heading down that way before you can get off at 197.
Whether you're giving it as a gift or keeping it for yourself, a tropical plant is a great way to brighten up your home or workspace. But what do you need to know about caring for them? That's ahead in our 9 o'clock hour.
And while tending to your tropical plant may not have a tropical drink to go with it, as today is National Day for one of the popular drinks, margarita.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's what it said on the screen. Huh?
All right, well, one popular drink that never fails unless it's this mushroom kind back here behind the... It actually wasn't terrible, but this is my preferred kind.
It's not for a regular coffee break or a mushroom coffee break, whichever one you got.
Well, trending this morning, did you think the liquor was going to stop flowing just because Fat Tuesday is over? Wow, we got a lot of drinking on the show this morning.
We do.
Drink again, apparently.
And Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark joining us live here in studio with more on the classic cocktail that we are celebrating today. Mark?
Did somebody say drinking? That's right. Today marks National Margarita Day. After a Mardi Gras season full of symbols and tradition, National Margarita Day is refreshingly simple. All you have to do is drink a margarita. That's right. These days, you have plenty of options to choose from beyond the traditional lime flavor. Check out your favorite watering hole to see if they are offering margarita specials. Now, Mexican restaurants may be your best bet. For Baltimore, I recommend you go to Nacho Mama's and get yourself what they call a hubcap. It's delicious.
Oh, all right.
And you can have 3 to 4 or 5, 6 straws in there, too, in that hubcap. You can split it with some friends.
That's a lot. All right, or I could just make mine at home. I like the spicy margarita.
Oh. Thanks, Mark. Milder this afternoon, showers expected overnight. Meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking it all down for us. That's coming up.
And we are heading on Bark's Dog's Day Out. We're actually at our first stop here at Order and Chaos. Find out exactly what this day involves in a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Right now at 8, we are following 2 big stories on Fox 45 Morning News. Baltimore City leaders claiming victory after a settlement with a ghost gun manufacturer. Why their apparent win is not inspiring confidence in all city residents.
You got 400 pages in there, and the first person comes up and you're like scrambling and going through the resume.
The vetting process for public officials under the microscope. The committee, some lawmakers say, is in need of a fix to help ensure the right people are in the right positions to help Maryland.
We're tracking our next weather maker. Some rain showers rolling in. We'll talk about the impact it'll have on your day.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, February 22nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. Weird start to the morning for many. No cell phone service for a lot of people all across the country.
They're going to go through withdrawal.
Right. And working from home could be tricky for some. We'll see how this works out.
All right. Well, meteorologist Justin Chambers is here, and sun is going to come out today. Maybe you just put the phones down and go outside.
Yeah, well, the sun's already out. We're actually getting more cloud cover later this afternoon, so it'll be mostly cloudy. We've pretty much seen most of the bright sunshine. You can kind of see it out there right now, but those clouds will continue to roll in, and we'll have more of the rain that's going to be with us for the afternoon. Temperatures upper 20s and lower 30s right now. Cockeysville and Baltimore right about 30 to 31 respectively, and 39 in Annapolis. So as you head out the door next couple of hours, we'll see those temperatures climb. We have a milder afternoon with upper 40s and lower 50s on hand, but we do have to deal with some of that rain, especially as we get to about 2-3 o'clock this afternoon. Right about a high of 53, so that'll be definitely warmer than where we've been earlier this week. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, well, taking a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, there have been a lot of issues going on across the region all morning long. Right now, we're tracking an accident at Maryland 295 southbound. It's at 197 Powder Mill Road. We know that 2 vehicles are involved. We still don't know what happened because all the southbound lanes are closed. That traffic has been backed up for miles, and it's been backed up for hours now. There's police activity happening on both the north and southbound off-ramps, so avoid that area this morning.
We have continuing coverage now this morning. Baltimore city leaders are touting a reduction in shootings and gun arrests among young people, announcing a legal victory against the ghost gun manufacturer Polymer 80.
But some residents say it's a hollow win. They don't feel any safer after a 13 and a 19-year-old were shot in the city, that 19-year-old later dying in the hospital. We have live team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, Shanna Lilly will join us live with the concerns that some former lawmakers have with the appointment process for Maryland's Juvenile Services Secretary.
But we begin with Olivia Dance. She has an update on Baltimore's ghost gun lawsuit as the numbers show violence is not slowing down. Olivia.
Yeah, Megan, city leaders are celebrating Baltimore's lawsuit victory against Polymer 80, which is a ghost gun manufacturer. But gun arrests are actually down in several districts all across the city here, according to the latest BPD data. And the lawsuit has done little to ease the concerning number of guns in juvenile hands. The Eastern District is down 27% year to date. Central's down 24%, followed by Northeast at 18%. In Southwest on Saturday, juveniles carjacked a man at gunpoint in Pigtown. And then in East Baltimore, a 17-year-old was shot in the face last month. According to statistical Constat data not used for reporting, citywide, juveniles taken into custody for guns is down 50% from this time last year. The loss of control when it comes to juveniles and guns is, of course, raising concerns.
When I think of things like that, I think about, all the young people that live here in our community.
The gun situation is totally out of control as far as I'm concerned. This is the worst I've ever seen it, and I think it really boils down to there's no consequences.
And you may remember that just last week, Baltimore police arrested a 17-year-old for murder. They say he shot and killed a man in Northeast Baltimore. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Juvenile crime has been a focus of this year's legislative session in Annapolis, with Democratic lawmakers highlighting 3 pillars of their proposal. They want to extend probation for young offenders, expand certain criminal charges to children as young as 10.
And also that third pillar to reform the intake process within the Department of Juvenile Services. Part of the bill would require DJS to get cases to state's attorneys in 15 days rather than 25. Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates says he would like to get cases even sooner.
I would love to be able to be there day one with the intake. That way we can work with the police to put together a better case. 15 days I still feel is way too long.
parts of the proposal are in conflict with the messaging from DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi, who has argued against probation and parole for young offenders. Fox 45 News has heard from Schiraldi's former colleagues in New York and Washington, D.C., who claimed that his policies made the situation worse in their respective cities.
Shannon Lilly joins us live now with more insight from some former Maryland lawmakers who are questioning the process that led to Schiraldi's appointment. Shannon.
Yeah, this morning, Patrice and Megan, we are hearing from former State Senator Jim Brochin about the committee that ultimately made the call to put Schiraldi in the position that he's in today. And Brochin believes that committee itself is in desperate need of repair.
The governor wants his appointee confirmed, and they've already vetted that appointee, and for whatever reason, the governor wants them confirmed. So they're going to find the narrow lane and just slide that person in, hopefully with as little opposition as possible.
Now, Brochin understands this process because he sat on the Senate's Executive Nominations Committee for years. It was 1 year ago this week in Annapolis that committee gave the green light for Vincent Schiraldi to become Juvenile Services Secretary. But Brochin is shedding light on that process, saying the committee is tasked with examining hundreds of the governor's appointees from all different departments in just a matter of days. And it's a monumental task, he says, which he says leaves little time to investigate. In Schiraldi's case, Schiraldi himself testified before the committee, but there was no one to testify about Schiraldi's policy breakdown in Washington or the outrage generated during his short stint in New York.
How did he get there in the first place? And he got there in the first place because potential opponents of his were not brought to the table by staff and by the system, so the people on committee could listen to both sides of the issue.
And keep in mind, Schiraldi was the governor's only cabinet secretary who is not unanimously approved by the state Senate. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, our recent Your Voice, Your Future panel discussion with Armstrong Williams focused on juvenile crime in Maryland and what action lawmakers should be taking. You can watch it this Friday right here on Fox 45 after the news at 11:35. It will also be on the CW Baltimore on Saturday afternoon at 1 and then on My TV Baltimore Sunday night at 7. Lawmakers debate gender-affirming care for kids and teens in our next half hour, why some argue that parents need to consent to the treatment.
Temperatures are still in the lower 30s, some upper 20s out there. The clouds will continue to roll in, and the rain is on the way for this afternoon. Going to break it all down for you coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. 8:11 is your time. It is Thursday morning. Happy Friday Eve, everybody. Our final weekend of February is right around the corner. We're seeing temperatures across the DMV mainly in the 30s. Look how much warmer it is just to the west of us. Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Columbus, Ohio in the 40s and 50s right now. We're going to see some of those warmer numbers here this afternoon. In fact, upper 40s and lower 50s, even though it does come with some rain showers as we get later into the day as well. So we'll top out about 53 today. We'll be close to 60 tomorrow with the rain moving out by the morning time, and then Saturday quite a bit colder, right back into those 40s. Talking about 60s, however, as we head toward next week, we'll mention all that and break it down for you in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Big news coming in. Thousands of Americans right now getting up, getting going this morning with no cell phone service.
Let's get over to Tom Rogers in our live center with the latest, because it is growing as the morning goes on.
It's exactly it, Patricia, Megan. It's getting worse and worse. Following this breaking news, you can see it. This was just a couple minutes ago where CNN started reporting this. Also, you go to the one site. All the news sources are going back to one site where they're impacting tens of thousands, and that site is Down Detector. AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, plus a lot of other smaller services that rely on their systems. So what is causing this? They don't know. The only issue that we have found is that AT&T said about 4 or 5 days ago they are having some issues with 911 service in San Francisco that was down, and they couldn't figure out what was happening. That's still ongoing, and as they've been trying to piece that together, more and more services have been going down. And for other companies, not even related to the 911 calls in San Fran, because AT&T was the only one that had that issue down there. So that's the biggest question right here, and it's getting worse. A lot of people say, hey, they're posting on here saying, I can't get on to work because I use my cell phone as a hotspot for work to work from home. They're having issues there. Some customers saying, I just can't make calls. I can still make tests and I get text and I can still get online. Other customers are saying, I have no service whatsoever. That's the smaller group. In fact, you can see some of these with the charts that this Down Detector is saying, but every part of this story is coming from Down Detector. That's the only one that's reporting on these outages, and that's where people actually write in and say, yeah, I'm having this issue or this issue with my cell phone, and you can break it down to which issues you're having: no signal, mobile phone, or your home internet, or something else. And that's where they're getting, why we're finding out that it's now up to hundreds of thousands. Before it was tens of thousands. That's the latest from our live centers. We continue following whatever's going on with our cell phones. Megan?
All right, growing with no answers. Tom, thank you. $90 million from the state budget allocated for environmental projects. Up next, we're asking if the potential benefits are worth the price tag that Maryland is paying.
And a battle over book bans in our next half hour. The arguments over what Maryland's children should or should not be reading. 8:14, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Governor Wes Moore announcing as part of his 2025 budget, he is allocating $90 million from the Strategic Energy Investment Fund for climate-related projects in the state of Maryland. This morning, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance is joining us live to weigh in on the cost, on the feasibility of the governor's agenda. David, good morning. We know this is $90 million. It's actually from a form of a carbon tax on certain power plants. Does that mean, David, that there is not a real cost to taxpayers?
Good morning, Megan. This is actually a double whammy. It's on consumers and taxpayers because the carbon tax is what the power plants are paying to the state. Well, of course, the companies don't pay taxes, right? They pass that on to consumers. So electricity is higher in Maryland because of this carbon tax. But there's also taxpayer money that's going towards this. And you talk about the $90 million, but let's go back a couple of months ago when the governor was talking about his really ambitious climate agenda, which is going to cost $10 billion over the next number of years. And we know that Maryland is struggling financially. I mean, that's an understatement to say they're struggling. So this has long-term ramifications, fiscal ramifications.
David, is it worth it to invest in climate-related projects for the good of our state, for the good of the world?
Well, yes, in general it is, but you have to look at the price tag. And what they want to do is first they want to spend $23 million for electric vehicle charging stations in low-income and moderate-income neighborhoods. Well, low-income and moderate-income people aren't buying electric vehicles. I mean, we're talking about electric vehicles that start at about, well, not start, but average about $53,000 when traditional cars about $33,000. So to put these charging stations in low-income areas makes no sense. So are you really helping the environment if you're just building things for the sake of building them? And they also want to convert the school buses to electric.
Right.
Well, New York did this, and it cost 3 times as much to build an electric school bus than a traditional school bus. So a lot of money is going to be spent here. And again, it's a very aggressive agenda. And I think, yes, we want to protect the environment, but why not protecting taxpayers also?
All right, David, thanks for shining a light on it. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, well, now we need to get a check of what is happening with the forecast.
Well,
meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
Yeah, good morning. And looking outside, we have the sun that is there, but a lot more cloud cover definitely that we're seeing now. We're going to continue to see mostly cloudy skies as we take you through the afternoon today. And overall, milder temperatures are on the way as well. We're starting to see a little bit of a rain-snow mix in some of our mountain locations in West Virginia and just clipping the very southern or southwestern tip of western Maryland out there. But overall, the HD radar showing us that center of low pressure still over the central plains, the warm front out ahead of it, all going to be that milder air, which is why we're seeing that rain-snow mix and not snow in the mountains right now. So through noon today on your hourly future scan, the southerly wind will pick up, and that will help to keep things more mild. About 2-3 p.m. is when we're looking at our best chance of seeing some of the light to moderate rain roll through. It's going to be pretty brief, and we're not tracking a lot of rain with this next weather maker. And some of those showers left over in that 6 and 7 o'clock hour tonight. May see a few showers overnight into early tomorrow morning. So golfers, if you do want to get out there and hit the links on your forecast, we'll see those mid-30s next hour, but upper 40s through about noontime into the lower 50s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. Across Carroll and Baltimore counties, your numbers still in the above average category with the cloud cover and some of those rain showers, and lower 50s for you. Howard and Anne Arundel counties all the way down toward Annapolis. Probably hold off on that car wash maybe through Saturday. It's going to be kind of blustery and cold on Saturday afternoon. It'll be dry. Even tomorrow afternoon will be drier, but again, not going to be the best conditions to get the cars cleaned up. Here's a look at that future scan. There's the larger picture of that system rolling through tonight. Tomorrow, we'll have another cold front that's going to come back behind this, kind of reinforcing shot of colder air on Friday night into Saturday, and that's what makes it dry but blustery. But Sunday looks great. Plenty of sunshine and overall temperatures that will climb a little bit back to the lower 50s. And we've got 60s on the way next week, friends. So we're talking about low to mid, even upper 60s into Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, even though there was a little bit more rain to track as well.
All right, Justin, thank you. Are you looking to spruce up your home? The best plants to brighten up your living space and the easy ways that any beginner can take care of them.
And we are at Barks Dog's Day Out here with Chocolate Crinkle this morning. We brought her to Order in Chaos. Find out exactly what she's going to do here in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
People aren't the only ones who need to go out on the town and enjoy themselves.
Pups are up for some exploration as well. In today's Hometown Hotspot, Amy Aronson is live with Barks Animal Shelter, learning about what goes into a dog's day out. Amy.
Yeah, that's right. We're on Dog's Day Out with Barks and Chocolate Crinkle. I've also got Noelle and Caitlin with me this morning, and we are at Order and Chaos now. Where are we bringing her, and what you gonna do here?
Yeah, so we got her a pup cup for today, a very special treat for her to enjoy. It's just one idea of the places that people can take a dog on their Dog's Day Out adventure. They can come to Barks, basically rent a dog for the day. We'll match them up, and they can take them wherever they want around the city. They could go for a hike. They could go to their house to snuggle. So Chocolate Crinkles get in a little bit of everything today.
Should we give her pup cup?
Chocolate Crinkle.
She's distracted. Other dogs are here with us, of course. She's a little distracted by what's going on. Tell us about Chocolate Crinkle. She is looking for a home. Clearly, she's a good girl.
She is perfect. She's 4 years old. We don't know a ton about her yet. She's only been in the shelter for a few days. She's great on leash. She seems to really want to be friends with everyone she meets, dogs and humans alike. And we think that she's pretty housebroken from what we've seen so far.
Perfect. And if you're watching and saying, oh, Chocolate Crinkle's a little big for me to handle, you all have smaller dogs too looking for Dog's Days Out.
100%. We have dogs of all shapes, sizes, breeds, ages, and they're all looking for different activities. Some of them might want to just nap on your couch, and some are ready to come downtown for a run. So come meet a friend, and we'll find you a good fit.
Awesome. We've got all the information up on our website, foxbaltimore.com/news links on Dog's Day Out. Here in Baltimore, Amy Aronson, Fox 45 News. She is downing that pup cup, guys.
Chocolate Crinkle living its best life there. Thank you, Amy. Brush and floss twice a day. In our next half hour, how to help our kids improve their oral hygiene habits, and the event giving them a starting line for free.
Plus, March Madness is coming to Baltimore a bit early. The 2 basketball tournaments happening all next week within driving distance of your home.
And remember, you can watch Fox 45 News for free anytime on Amazon Fire TV or Samsung TV Plus. It is 8:27. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Thursday, February 22nd. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers, and make sure you grab that umbrella if you're heading out for the day, because on your commute home, it may get a little wet.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking those showers for us.
Yeah, we are going to see milder temperatures, even though we have to deal with some of that rain later today, but not dealing with any snow as we take a look outside here from our Towson camera. Definitely more cloud cover, and this is how it's going to be through most of the day today. It will be an overcast afternoon, even though it is a Friday Eve. We're closer to the weekend. Maybe a little bright here this morning, so you can have the sunglasses because that sun's still trying to poke through those clouds. But overall, the umbrella and the rain jacket for later today will be needed. Upper 30s and lower 40s here as we get you through the middle part of the morning, and by the time we get to noon, we'll should be close to 50 degrees. That's above average for the high for the day, topping out at 53 this afternoon. We're only going to drop to the 40s overnight, so kind of a milder evening, and then upper 50s on the way for tomorrow. That rain should be all gone by tomorrow afternoon. We'll talk about some interesting changes with our temperatures as we head into the next 4 or 5 days. More on that in just a little bit. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. 8:31, and now to your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, where there's 6 different collisions around the Baltimore region right now on the highways. But the main one that we want to show you is this one right here. We've been following this all morning long. You're taking a live look right from our Len Stoller mobile track, and our photographer was just out talking with that police officer you see in the shot there, and he told them that, you know what? They don't know what's going on down there. That's Parks Police that are there, and they're not sure. You were traveling down BWI Parkway, and then you're getting off at 197 and getting back on the Ram southbound there. Northbound lane was also delayed earlier. They're now opened up. So still not sure exactly what happened here. Saying 2 vehicles involved, but this has been 3 to 4 hours ordeal. So there's something major that happened just out there, and we'll continue to work on information for you.
Lawmakers in Annapolis are pushing forward with a bill to keep juvenile sex offenders out of public schools. And this is following a Project Baltimore investigation that found a 15-year-old rapist attending Patterson High School.
Project Baltimore's Chris Papps joining us live this morning. Chris, good morning. There was a similar law that you've been talking about and reporting about that was passed 3 years ago, but it was missing one key detail, and that was the word juvenile, right?
Yeah, certainly. So we all remember Project Baltimore, Fox 45 had extensively covered a situation at Parkville High School back in 2020 and 2021 when a 21-year-old registered sex offender was allowed into the building at Parkville High School to take classes as a student. This is in Baltimore County. Project Baltimore broke that story, and as a result of that, the legislature in 2020 drafted legislation that barred registered sex offenders from taking classes inside a public school. That bill passed the following year in 2021 during that legislative session signed by Governor Larry Hogan, then Governor Larry Hogan shortly after. But when that bill was passed, it only applied to adult sex offenders. Well, the situation that we have here just 3 years later is a juvenile sex offender convicted of the same thing, raping a young girl, and was allowed back into the school. But that 2021 law didn't apply to it. So now what legislators are looking at is essentially expanding the law so that adult sex offenders and juvenile sex offenders cannot attend the general population of a public school. Instead, alternative means of education will be set up. Virtual learning, homeschooling, home and hospital. Home and hospital is a program where if a student cannot go to school because of an injury, for example, a sickness, that the school would send somebody to their home and educate them. So this is a bill, it's going through the legislature. We talked about last week that there's an amendment that has been put forward into Annapolis that could be attached to any other juvenile justice bill. So the legislators are looking at different ways that by the end of session, which is only 7 weeks away, that this bill can be passed in some form that would not allow juvenile sex offenders into public schools.
Chris, as we watch to see how this plays out in Annapolis, is there any update on that teenager who actually caused the push for the new bill? What's happening with him? If there's been an upcoming legal proceeding, what do we know?
So we know today that the second juvenile who has come forward claiming to be a victim of this 15-year-old, they're going to be in court today. And this was the first timeline-wise, the first victim from April of 2022, when Baltimore County got a complaint but didn't open a case. We then know a year later, in the middle of 2023, the Harford County victim came forward. Charges were pressed there, which then Baltimore County then opened the case. So that's happening today. That second case in Baltimore County is going to trial today, and we will have an update on that in the coming days.
Chris Papps with Project Baltimore. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, as we mentioned, their session 2024 is just weeks away from ending, and officials are seeking to change a state law that allows 16 and 17-year-olds to get life-changing, gender-affirming care without their parents' approval.
Olivia Dance joining us live with the argument that's coming from both sides. Olivia?
Yeah, Megan and Tom, there's lots of debate over this as a group of Republican lawmakers in Maryland plus 3 Democrats are calling for parents to have the final say in medical gender-affirming care for their kids.
It is time to stop this being a political issue and start this being about doing the right thing for kids in Maryland and the United States.
That was Jamie Reed, a former case manager in a gender clinic in St. Louis, who sparked headlines after raising concerns about what she saw going on at the clinic. Reed is now speaking in support of the bill during a committee hearing on Wednesday. Delegate Lauren Erican, representing Baltimore and Harford counties, is leading the way on this bill, which would require kids 16 and 17 years old to get their parents to sign off on this type of care, like surgeries or medications such as estrogen or testosterone. The proposal does not include social transitioning, like calling someone by different pronouns, but some lawmakers were quick to ask questions.
So can you point to me in last year's legislation where it did not?
Could you explain to the committee what those incentives are?
What proof do you have?
Do we know the average age that they're finally deciding? Okay, so obviously there was certain age, and then now they're deciding to go through the detransitions.
According to a June 2022 study from UCLA School of Law Williams Institute, 300,000 kids between 13 and 17 years old identify as transgender nationwide. That's about 1.4% of kids that age across the country. In Maryland, though, it's unclear how many kids fall within the scope of this new bill. But if passed, medical providers could face a fine or jail time. Right now, though, it's unclear when or if there will be voting on this proposal. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Olivia, thank you. Meantime, the battle over book bans in classrooms continues. The Freedom to Read Act includes protections against discrimination for public school and public library workers, along with the books in their libraries. And it calls to establish standards for state-funded libraries and says in part that libraries should not ban or remove material over partisan disapproval.
Porn, contraception, sex shaming, and more. Approachable and empowering. This is the go-to resource for all things sex. Well, is that something that you think that the Carroll County library public schools don't have the capacity to restrict in their own school libraries?
Well, Mr. Bucko, as you are aware, because I know you read the bill, this bill is not about a specific book. It's about the freedom of information. It's about allowing individuals to decide what books they want to read.
Well, Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting surrounding the book bans across the state. You can find our complete coverage online at foxbaltimore.com.
We'll bring you the latest from Annapolis on public safety policy, youth crime, the budget, and other key issues facing your community. For our full coverage on the 2024 legislative session, just head over to our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
This is the worst I've ever seen it, and I think it really boils down to there's no consequences.
Baltimore City leaders tout a victory against a ghost gun manufacturer, but some residents still have concerns. The numbers that have some communities saying this win is a hollow one.
On the doorstep to your weekend, we're tracking some rain in the forecast. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is on deck with when it comes in and when it rolls out. 8:39, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local all morning.
In your Sports Unlimited coverage, we have what's on tap later today from Maryland's collegiate sports scene.
Yeah, starting at home, there's softball on the Eastern Shore with the Hawks welcoming St. Peter's at 1 o'clock. Then at 7, a pair of games on the hardwood. Towson men's basketball taking on Monmouth, and UMBC women will be facing off against Maine.
Meantime, teams taking to the road include Towson women's lacrosse, and they're visiting number 3 James Madison at 5 tonight. At 6, UMBC men's basketball visiting Maine, and at 7, Mount St. Mary's women's basketball taking on Marist.
Well, still to come, forming healthy, hygienic habits and doing it at a very early age. How to get your children on the right track and even to a free event that's happening this weekend where you can give them a jump start.
How did he get there in the first place?
And topping off our next hour, calls to reform how public officials are nominated and confirm the appointment that has one state senator saying it's a process in need of serious repair. It's 8:42 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Well, in today's Health Watch, February is National Children's Dental Health Month, and it's meant to raise awareness about oral health and hygiene and the importance of establishing some good habits at an early age. In fact, joining us this morning to discuss establishing habits and an important free preventative dental service, registered dental hygienist and assistant professor at the Community College of Baltimore County, CCBC, Margaret Hinkle. Thank you so much for coming in.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
This is something, though, you start thinking about it, and when you're parents and you have young children, you want to start establishing that. And then when they get older, sometimes you kind of forget, you slack, you just assume that they're brushing their teeth at least twice a day. And then you start looking at their toothbrush and you're like, why has this been dry for 3 days? You know, and so it's kind of one of those, it's a good reminder, like how much you need to know. And it's a good reminder for parents to kind of keep in check. We need to floss, we need to brush. you do an event you've been doing here for years now. Tell us about that.
So at the Community College of Baltimore County in the Dental Hygiene Clinic, we have dental hygiene students that will provide an exam and a preventive dental hygiene visit, which is known as a cleaning, and a fluoride treatment.
Okay.
And we do it in a really fun, festive atmosphere. We go all out and decorate our clinic for spring, and we have a visit by the Tooth Fairy and a dental superhero.
Oh, all right, even better. So, I mean, there's a whole lot of characters involved with this, and it's all to make sure that, you know, going to the dentist does not have to be something that kids will frown. They actually can smile about it when they go in there, especially if they start doing that health from the beginning with a very young age.
Yes, absolutely.
What is it like for your students then to be able to do this? Because they've been working to try and find out a little bit more, and now they actually get to experience children in a dental chair versus an adult.
So part of their academic training includes having them see children and adolescents. And this is a great opportunity for our students to get to work with children and work with some teens and get to know how to interact with them and how to address their very specific dental hygiene needs. So they get credit for seeing a child or an adolescent on this day.
So everyone wins.
Yes, absolutely.
It's free to go to this event, but you would really like an appointment, because how long would it take to go through the procedure or the exam when you have students that are also learning and working with children?
So our appointments, it will take the students about an hour to see each child, and they'll be assisted by dental hygiene faculty and our dentists and other dental hygiene students. So the appointment takes about an hour to get through, so appointments are very much needed.
Okay, so we need to sign up and get an appointment going as quick as possible, be able to do this. Can you tell us the times and the location?
So our clinic is located on the Dundalk campus of the Community College of Baltimore County in the Dental Arts Building, and this event runs from 8 a.m. to noon this Saturday.
Okay. Oh, that's great. Saturday morning, head out there, bring the kids. You can see some of the information right there on your screen, and be able to start that and get that established. So that's great. Yeah, well, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Margaret Hinkle right there. Okay, now we need to find out exactly what the weather's going to be like Saturday morning. Justin, rain will slowly be leaving us, so it's not bad to go down and get your teeth clean and bring the kids in there for a fun event.
Yeah, rain will be long gone by Saturday, Tom. This rain leaves tomorrow morning. It'll be dry all day tomorrow afternoon, and then Saturday will be cold. It will be blustery. We'll have that wind that's going to pick up, but overall, lots of dry conditions for the weekend. So right now, our live cam over downtown Baltimore, a little deceiving because that sun looks like it's shining bright through those clouds. It's up, however, mostly cloudy skies are already what we're seeing at this time, and that'll continue throughout the day today. 5 weeks from today, the home opener for your Baltimore Orioles, just Thursday, March 28th, so a little more than a month away. Of course, the first preseason game is this Saturday down in Florida. Here's a look at our HD radar. You can see that little pink right there in some of the higher elevations, kind of that rain-snow mix, because it's not cold enough to get the snow, but not quite warm enough to have it be all rain. For us, it will be all rain later today, especially with this warm front right here out ahead of that area of low pressure. That's going to track into our region as we head through the afternoon and evening time. So here's a look at the updated hourly futures cam. This is the HRRR, high resolution rapid refresh. So it updates every hour. The latest models are in. We definitely have the cloud cover that'll be with us in about 2-3 o'clock this afternoon. That looks to be the best chance to see some of that moderate rain for Frederick, Westminster, over to Columbia and just north of Baltimore City. And then 4 or 5 o'clock for your evening commute, a few more showers. Notice Laurel, Anne Arundel County, Annapolis out toward the southern part of the eastern shore, not getting much in the way of actual rain. A few leftover showers about 6, 7 o'clock tonight. And then most of that rain's going to end in the overnight hours, maybe left over a bit into early tomorrow morning. And these rainfall totals, not very impressive. Maybe 1/3 of an inch in Frederick and Westminster, about 2/10 of an inch potentially in other spots, and a little bit more than 1/10 of an inch in Cockeysville. So we'll get some of those light rain showers. We're still above average for the year, which is definitely a good thing. But Hank the Bird, he's looking for the rain today. Yeah, there he is, 49 by noon, and we'll be into the upper 40s and lower 50s. Mild conditions for Hank and his feathered friends, and for you as well with those lower 50s, Baltimore, Columbia, down through Laurel, about 50 in Annapolis, and even warmer to the south. Southern Virginia will be in the lower 60s, while we'll be at 54 in the district and mid 40s down to Ocean. So our temperature trend, we're going to bump it up tomorrow close to 60, right back down to 44 on Saturday with the wind. It's going to feel colder than that. Sunday looks great, upper 40s and lower 50s, and then we start that warming trend, low to mid 60s as we take you into the early part of next week. So here's that warm front right there. You can actually see that with this larger system. That area of low pressure kind of resides to the north and west of us. That's going to move through late tonight, and then as we get through tomorrow morning, again, a couple of scattered showers possible, but for the most part, Friday is going to be dry. A second stronger cold front coming through Friday night to Saturday. That's what's going to bring us the drier air, excuse me, but the blustery wind and that colder air for Saturday afternoon, but lots of sun. Sunday looks great, and as I mentioned, next week those numbers keep climbing, even though we'll have some more rain to deal with next Tuesday into Wednesday.
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Stoller traffic network and the one issue that we've been dealing with for hours now. You're taking a live look here. That one car that's in the median, that is not part of this. That's another vehicle. We've seen another one earlier today have to get towed out of there. There have been so much delays that they're waiting and they go across the median thinking they can make it over to the northbound side, and that's when they're realizing they get stuck. What is happening here is right at 197. You see Park Police, and our Lynn Stoller traffic mobile track photographer was over there talking with them earlier. They said they don't know what's going on. They just we're diverting traffic from 197 onto 197, then back onto the BW Parkway southbound. And so this has been going on for quite some time. In fact, taking another live look right here where you can see this is a live shot from our Lynn Stoller mobile track, and he's got the camera out showing you exactly the long delay. And that's in the area again. This is down right at 197 and 295. So if you're heading to D.C. and you're going to take BW Parkway, just be ready for this long delay. Hours and hours. Still not much information except for 2 vehicles were involved.
Looking ahead now to next week, March Madness is coming a little early to Baltimore City.
Mark Clark is joining us right here in studio with what's happening on the hardwood at CFG Bank Arena. It's a big event, Mark.
That's right, guys. Starting Monday, the CIAA tournaments will be taking over downtown Baltimore. The conference consists entirely of HBCUs. It's the 3rd consecutive year that the conference chose Charm City to crown champions on both the men's and women's side. Here's a look at how it will all play out, okay? With regular season action wrapping up this weekend, we won't know the full bracket on either side until Saturday night. What we do know is the tournament tip-off is Monday at 7 for the women, 9 for the men, and continues every day through March 2nd championship. On Saturday, the women's championship game will be played at 1 o'clock that afternoon, with the men to follow at 4. That's what Baltimore's looking ahead to this morning. Now back to you.
Fine. All right, Mark. Thank you. Well, are you looking to grow a green thumb? Coming up in our next hour, we are learning which plants are the best plants for beginners.
Just think of lovely things, and your heart will fly on wings forever.
Get ready to soar from the second star to the right, straight on till morning, because we are ready to learn more about the show that's at the Hippodrome that will have you hooked right from the overture.
But first, we're soaring on this Friday Eve.
That's right. I'm already on my 2nd cup.
Me too. I'm done with it. Let's take a coffee break. Maybe we shouldn't.
Maybe we should take a decaffeinated coffee break.
Topping your morning business report, United Airlines says it is sending flights to Israel for the first time since the war with Hamas began last October. The airline is set to become the first U.S. carrier to resume its flights to Israel. United says it will send 2 flights, one on March 2nd and the other March 4th, with a stop in Switzerland before it resumes nonstop flights from Newark, New Jersey on March 6th.
Meanwhile, it's been 30 years since the cost of food ate up much of your income, the same amount that you're getting right now. This is all according to the U.S. Labor Department. American consumers are now spending 11.3% of their disposable income just on food. That hasn't happened since President George H.W. Bush was in office, according to the USDA. Prices at dining establishments as they jumped more than 5% last month compared with January. And while commodities like corn, wheat, and chicken have gotten cheaper, they're being offset by higher prices for sugar, beef, French fries. And economists believe that food prices are not likely to stabilize anytime soon.
Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
If you're like me and everybody in your house is on a health journey, this Counto digital scale is really going to help you maintain a healthy lifestyle. I did a lot of research and I'm so excited about this. I'm going to show you what you get when you bring it home. But it is a digital scale and it gives you 12 different body measurements, not just your weight, because our weight really fluctuates. So this is going to give you more information, like you'll get your BMI, your bone index, and your basal metabolic rate. And if you're a new mom, it's really cool because there's a baby growth setting and you can put it in baby mode. And if you're an athlete, like I have a lot of muscle men in my house, you can also measure your muscle mass. I don't like getting on a scale. I do not, but knowledge is power, and this gives me so much information. It's really been a game changer with my health along that journey. This pairs with any smartphone, so you can take all of that data on this scale, and it's going to be on your app. Now, let me tell you how this works. The science is a little bit much. The scale can measure all these things. All you got to do, you step on it. It uses bioelectrical impedance, which measures how easily an electrical signal can move throughout your body. I know it's a lot, but that signal is going to move faster through muscle, so it can help you track what's muscle and what's fat. This is such a great deal and a cool product. Right now, we're offering 38% off the Counto scale. Head over to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
These companies will face consequences for their role in violence.
City leaders are applauding their success over a ghost gun lawsuit, but now residents want answers about other crimes not involving ghost guns.
You cannot lead an organization that professes that it wants to connect people and communities.
Calls grow stronger for the leader of a local organization to step down. Just ahead, what he's accused of doing to a community leader.
Our temperatures are going to be milder today, but it comes with some rain showers. We're going to break it down for you in my full Weather Authority forecast. Good Day Baltimore starts right now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Thursday, February 22nd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland, and we have a little bit of rain moving in later today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here. You said it's much more of an evening commute issue than anything sooner.
Yeah, exactly right, ladies. We're going to be dry for a good portion of the day today. And Megan said it right, the little bit of rain. We're not talking about a lot, but enough that's going to get our cars wet and hopefully clean up some of that stuff on the roads from all that snow we had on Saturday. So this is what it looks like outside right now from our Towson camera. Lots of cloud cover that is there at this time. Temperatures in the mid to upper 30s for Cockeysville and Baltimore down through Brooklyn Park. 39 in Dundalk, 32 right now in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. So on your day planner, temperatures will climb to the mid 40s through 11 a.m. in the lower 50s for a lot of us. So we are going to see those temperatures climb, and we'll be almost about 5 to 7 degrees above average for this time of year. We'll only drop to the 40s tonight, and then tomorrow we're close to 60 degrees, but that rain is moving on out. We'll take a look at what we can expect for the weekend temperatures and the big warm up next week as well.
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got a live look now from our Len Stoller mobile track. We are still tracking that incident in Laurel, taking a live look there, heading south on Maryland 295. We've got cars backed up for miles. We'll keep you posted as we learn more.
Continuing coverage this morning as Baltimore City leaders wake up this morning. They're celebrating a legal victory against the ghost gun manufacturer Polymer 80.
But some residents say they do not feel any safer after a 13 and 19-year-old were shot in the city. The 19-year-old later dying in the hospital.
We have live team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us live with the concerns that some former lawmakers have with the appointment process for Maryland's Juvenile Services Secretary. But we begin with Olivia Dance. She has an update on Baltimore's ghost gun lawsuit as the numbers show that violence isn't slowing down. Olivia?
City leaders are celebrating Baltimore's lawsuit victory against Polymer 80, which is a ghost gun manufacturer. But gun arrests are actually down in several districts all across the city here, according to the latest BPD data. And the lawsuit has done little to ease the concerning number of guns in juvenile hands. The Eastern District is down 27% year to date. Central is down 24%, followed by Northeast at 18%. In Southwest on Saturday, juveniles carjacked a man at gunpoint in Pigtown. And then in East Baltimore, a 17-year-old was shot in the face last month. According to statistical Constat data not used for reporting, citywide juveniles taken into custody for guns is down 50% from this time last year. The loss of control when it comes to juveniles and guns is, of course, raising concerns.
I mean, it's like the wild, wild west at times. Where they get these guns, I have no idea. This is the worst I've ever seen it, and I think it really boils down to there's no consequences.
You may remember that just last week, Baltimore police arrested a 17-year-old for murder. They say that he shot and killed a man in Northeast Baltimore. But for now, reporting in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Juvenile crime has been a focus of this year's legislative session in Annapolis, with Democratic lawmakers highlighting 3 pillars of their proposal. They want to extend probation for young offenders. They also want to expand certain criminal charges to children as young as 10, and also reform the intake process within the Department of Juvenile Services. Part of the bill would require DJS to get cases to state's attorneys in 15 days rather than 25. Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates says that he would like to get cases even sooner.
I would love to be able to be there day one with the intake. That way we can work with the police to put together a better case. 15 days I still feel is way too long.
Parts of the proposal are in conflict with the messaging from DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi, who has argued against probation and parole for young offenders.
Fox 45 News spoke with Schiraldi's former colleagues in New York and Washington, D.C., who claimed that his policies made the situation worse in their respective cities.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with more insight from some former Maryland lawmakers who are questioning the process that led to Schiraldi's appointment on all of this. Shannon.
Yeah, this morning we are hearing from former state Senator Jim Brochin about the committee that ultimately made that call to put Schiraldi in the position that he's in today. And Brochin believes that the committee itself is in desperate need of repair.
The meeting's at 5:30 on Mondays. You show up 4:45 or 5 o'clock, and there's a notebook with 400 pages in the notebook. And you got 400 pages in there, and the first person comes up, and you're like scrambling and going through the resume.
So Brochin understands this process because he sat on the Senate's Executive Nominations Committee for years. And it was 1 year ago this week in Annapolis that committee gave the green light for Vincent Schiraldi to become Juvenile Services Secretary. But Brochin is now shedding light on that process, saying the committee is tasked with examining hundreds of the governor's appointees from all different departments in just a matter of days. So this is a monumental task, which Brochin says leaves little time to actually investigate. In Schiraldi's case, Schiraldi himself testified before the committee, but there was no one to testify about Schiraldi's policy breakdown in Washington or the outrage generated during his short stint in New York.
How did he get there in the first place? And he got there in the first place because potential opponents of his were not brought to the table by staff and by the system, so the people on committee could listen to both sides of the issue.
And keep in mind, Schiraldi was the governor's only cabinet secretary that was not unanimously approved by the state Senate. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Our recent Your Voice, Your Future panel discussion with Armstrong Williams focused on juvenile crime in Maryland and what action lawmakers should be taking. You can watch it this Friday on Fox 45 after the news at 11:35 p.m. It will also be on the CW Baltimore this Saturday at 1 p.m. and on MyTV Baltimore on Sunday at 7 p.m.
Continuing coverage this morning, protesters are calling for head of the Bike More organization, Jed Weeks, to step down.
Community leader Linda Batts has been outspoken against the addition of bike lanes to the Gwynns Falls neighborhood, and she says the interim director has been doxying her because of her position. That's when someone published private information about Batts on the internet, making her fear for her own safety.
Activity. I feel unsafe in my own home now, my space, because this guy has violated my right to be private and my right to be public when I want to be. You cannot lead an organization that professes that it wants to connect people and communities.
Well, the Bike More organization responded to the protest in a lengthy statement saying it is saddened by the tone of recent online exchanges between groups concerned with safe transportation options in Baltimore.
That statement goes on to say, we empathize with those who feel that Mr. Weeks' personal messages are pointed, and we also condemn personal attacks on our staff members, which have escalated in recent months with untruths and targeted vitriol. It says Bike More's board will work with staff to determine its next best steps.
Well, Fox 45 News has been following the debate over bike lanes for weeks. Supporters say the lanes will make streets safer.
But opponents argue they're being forced on communities that don't want them and make their streets more congested. You can find all of our past reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, in your election 2024 coverage here, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski is picking up some key endorsements here in his run for Congress. The seat currently belongs to Dutch Ruppersberger, and now he and Steny Hoyer are throwing their support behind Olszewski. Ruppersberger, also a former Baltimore County executive, is retiring from Congress.
I've known him since he was in high school, and I've watched him grow, and I've watched how he handles people, and he's smart. He's a good man, he's honest, and he will make hard decisions if he has to. All these things you have to do in politics. And Johnny, you're going to be a great 2nd District Congressman.
Since launching his campaign last month, Olszewski has garnered support from over 75 leaders across Maryland.
Now to our live center, where we have been following a major cellular outage involving multiple carriers.
This is huge. Tom Rogers joining us from our live center with how many people are dealing with this now. Tom, we saw it rising. Is it still going up?
Yeah, it has been. Megan, I know that you were reporting this a few hours ago where we were talking about tens of thousands. It's up to about 800,000 impacted. Still no word on what's causing it. The good news is 911 service that was delayed or broken or not existent in San Francisco has been restored in the southern part of California, as more than 73,000 AT&T customers there reported outages starting at about 3:30 our time this morning, and that was only with AT&T. They did not immediately comment on the reported outage, since we're hearing some Verizon, T-Mobile, and now U.S. Cellular customers are involved with this. It's all coming from one site in particular, Down Detector, and that's where you can go if you have any kind of cell phone, and you go and you click on whatever service you have, and it will show you, okay, I have Verizon. And then you can sit there and you can report, my mobile phone is out, or I'm not getting any signal there, or my home internet, or maybe it's something else. And it's a wide range, though. People have been reporting from no web service, no internet connections with their smartphone, or they just can't make calls, but they can still text. Workers are saying that customers are claiming nothing works, too. And we're talking about 8% of those who have filed said nothing works on their cell phone, and that there are some people that are pretty mad because they use hotspots to be able to work from home or out on the road, and if they have no connection, they can't get in on any important meetings. Well, all this reporting, again, stemming from Down Detector only, and the customers also impacted seems to have plateaued at about 800,000 across North America. The majority of the outages are in large cities like Dallas, Houston, Atlanta, San Francisco, and Los Angeles, and even Las Vegas is now coming on board, saying that they have some issues there. Still, the big question is this morning, why? And that has not been answered. That's the latest from our live center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
Wow. All right, Tom, thank you. A live look now from Washington, D.C., as we could see yet another government shutdown, the quickly approaching deadline.
And lawmakers are making moves to protect books. Just ahead this morning, the 3 key points that could bring down book bans. 9:12, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Paul.
Developing news on Capitol Hill, where the House Freedom Caucus is demanding an update on negotiations with the federal spending bill before another budget deadline.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins is joining us live from Washington. The Republican Party making new complicated demands of the Speaker. What's happening there, Kayla?
Yes, they are, Megan and Patrice. So the House Freedom Caucus members are raising concerns about the chance another massive omnibus spending package will be rushed to the House floor in just days before the deadline. In a letter sent to Speaker Mike Johnson, members said they would prefer a one-year continuing resolution that they said would save $100 billion. Now, this continuing resolution would trigger 1% cuts across the board, so that's where the savings comes from. Some Democrats say they will not accept this. This puts the Speaker in a tough position. Johnson can either risk a shutdown by siding with the Freedom Caucus, or he can risk a challenge to his speakership by the Freedom Caucus if he works with the Democrats to pass a new budget. These budget negotiations and working with the Democrats are what cost Kevin McCarthy his speakership. The House doesn't return to Washington until February 28th, and March 1st is the first deadline to pass spending legislation to avoid the government shutting down. That second deadline will be March 8th.
You're watching. Kayla, switching focus a little bit as tensions remain high between the U.S. and China. China is offering an envoy of friendship. It's set to arrive in the U.S. What do we know about this?
Well, the Chinese government is sending 2 giant pandas now to the San Diego Zoo. Zoo officials confirming the news last night. The bears could arrive as soon as this summer. Pandas have long been a sign of friendship between the U.S. and China since the first iconic bears arrived in 1972 to Washington, D.C. As the relationship, though, between the U.S. and China deteriorated over the years, there were less and less pandas seen in American zoos. D.C. returned their pandas to China last fall. There are only 4 pandas left in the United States. There's 2 cubs and their parents. They're in Atlanta. That bear family, though, is going back to China next year. China's President Xi did give a speech on the new panda, saying China's ready to continue cooperation with the United States on panda conservation, and they're looking forward to deepening friendly ties. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Kayla, thank you. 9:17, and it's time to get a check of our forecast. Meteorologist Justin Chambers back, and those are they're the clouds you've been talking about.
That's exactly right. I mean, it looks deceiving from this picture because it looks like it's kind of sunny out there, and it is definitely bright. So this will be one of those days where you'll need the sunglasses probably for the next couple of hours, but then more of that cloud cover will thicken up, and then we'll see some of those rain showers roll in as we head toward the afternoon. But overall, our temperatures not too bad. We did slide above freezing finally. We're at 37 now at BWI Thurgood Marshall, but we have mild temperatures on the way later today. In fact, you can see on our HD radar starting to pick up a few showers there in Garrett County. This is kind of the leading edge of this next weather maker. So this is not going to be the rain that's going to impact us by the afternoon. But again, we may get a few showers that'll try to make it as close to maybe Frederick County. Here's the larger picture. That area of low pressure to the west of St. Louis. We have that warm front out ahead of us. And so that's what's going to be bringing in the milder conditions as we head into the later part of the day. This is our hourly future scan. So notice where those red arrows, that's from the south, and that's where that milder air will be coming up from. Keeping the cloud cover around, looks like about 2, 3 o'clock is when we'll have the best chance of some widespread rain from 83 kind of north down to 95 south, and then also areas back toward Gaithersburg, Frederick, Westminster. Maybe some pockets of moderate rain at times. This will be good for us to kind of clean up all of that snow and wash things away a bit as well on our hourly future scan. 4 or 5 p.m., still some leftover showers and possibly a few into the evening tonight before we start to see things dry out. Maybe a few leftover showers overnight as well, but mostly will be dry by tomorrow morning. And notice on your future scan in terms of rainfall totals, not that much, probably about 1/3 of an inch down in Easton and Denton for the eastern shore. Same thing for you, Westminster and Frederick, but most of us maybe 1/10 to 2/10 of an inch, so it won't be a huge rain event. Here's a look at your day planner. Next hour, lower 40s, and numbers climb to the lower 50s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. I wish it was a nice, bright, sunny afternoon, but we'll get there by the time we get to the second half of the weekend. And even 50 here by 5 p.m. So for your happy hour plans on Thursday, just have the rain gear in case you're going to be outside. Upper 40s and lower 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your high temperatures today. Same thing for you there in Hartford and Cecil counties. Those upper 40s and lower 50s will continue. And my friends on the eastern shore, Centerville 50, 46 Rock Hall, Chester at 47, 49 in Easton, Dorchester County seeing 51 in Cambridge today. Now, here's a look at that temperature tracker. Notice those colder numbers. Saturday, we're only going to get to the low and mid 40s. It's going to be blustery and cold, but dry. Sunday looks a little bit better, right about 50. And then look at that nice rapid warm up here. We're talking low to mid and even upper 60s as we wrap up the month of February. Next Thursday is the last day of meteorological winter, also the last day of the month in our leap year, as next Friday is meteorological spring. So just in time, starting to get those numbers a little bit warmer.
Happening today, high school students are coming together to learn more about how they can serve as leaders. The West Point Leadership and Ethics Conference is happening now until 5 tonight at McManus Theater at Loyola University. The conference is dedicated to education access and teaching leadership and character development to Baltimore's young men and women.
Also happening today, the Maryland men's basketball team will host a basketball clinic alongside Special Olympics Maryland. The basketball stars will hold drill stations and hold scrimmages for over 40 Special Olympians. The annual tradition is back in person again this year, and it's taking place at 4 p.m. at the Xfinity Center.
And at 5:30, the Maryland Live Casino and Hotel at the Maryland Live Casino and Hotel, the Maryland Washington Minority Companies Association will honor Black History heroes during its 11th annual Black History Month celebration. The event celebrates 10 regional businesses and community leaders who have made significant contributions to the Maryland communities they serve. That goes on until 8:30. We are having a little fun on Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore. Get it? We're still ahead. How you can brighten up your space and increase your productivity, all with the help of plants. It already feels bright and festive here.
And I'm with Barks on Dog's Day Out. We've got Chocolate Crinkle still with us this morning. We're now enjoying a walk by the water. We'll let you know more about how this program works in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45. Good Day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Are you looking for a hiking buddy for the day, or maybe someone to snuggle up with on the couch? Just watch a movie.
Well, you are in luck. Barks is launching a new program that allows you to take a shelter dog out for an adventure for the day. Amy Aronson live with an adventure at the Inner Harbor with more on how we can be part of this. Amy.
That's right. Chocolate Crinkle is having her best day right now. She enjoyed a pup cup. Now we're enjoying a walk by the water. I'm here with Caitlin and Noelle, who are showing her a great time. And anybody can actually do this by coming to Barks. They can borrow a dog for a day. How fun.
Yeah, anybody over 18, they can come down, rent a friend for the day. We met some friends over at our last stop, Order and Chaos. They might come check a dog out to run around their office for a day.
That's great. That's awesome. Yeah. And you're wearing this little backpack. We want to point this out. So why don't you turn around and Noelle can tell us what this is all about.
We are super thankful to VCA Charities. They not only trained different shelters around the country on launching this program, but they donated these really cute backpacks to us. They have poop bags, water bowls, treats, and we have all kinds of different handouts that we put in there for people. So everything you need is in that backpack.
That's great.
When you come do the Dog's Day Out, you get all the supplies that you need at Barks for your day.
So you don't really need to be someone who has all the dog things. You guys provide all of that. You provide the dog. Do people get to pick what dog dog they get to take out on the adventure? How does that work?
So if they come in and they saw a dog on the website they're interested in, and if that's a dog that would be a good candidate to go out, we can absolutely pair them up with them. Otherwise, our foster team can listen to what they're interested in. Are they going hiking? Are they snuggling? And match up a dog with a good personality for them for the day.
Okay, I love that. You guys have lots of dogs like Chocolate Crinkle up for adoption right now, I'm sure. Something for everyone.
Absolutely. We have hundreds of available dogs at any given time, both in the shelter and in foster homes. So whatever somebody's looking for, I'm sure we can match them up.
Okay, awesome. Love this idea. Love this program. If you want more information, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. So guys, I think Chocolate Crinkle's going to want a good old nap right now after her day out, but plenty of other dogs need an adventure too.
That they'll get home. Very cute. All right. Well, a mild afternoon ahead with a warm up on the way. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when we can expect the next weather maker, though, and if that's going to impact your weekend plans.
And basketball taking over Charm City with its classic CIAA tournament just ahead, when we're going to know the full bracket of teams and where you can purchase tickets. It's 9:27 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
It is 9:30 as we take a live look over Baltimore, and those clouds Justin was talking about have moved in.
That's right. Well, good morning to all of you on this Thursday. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers and see when the rain moves in.
Looks like after about 2-3 o'clock this afternoon is going to be our actual rainfall time frame, and it will last into the evening commute. So that's what you have to kind of plan for. Today may see a few showers as we get to midday today, but really the bulk of that rain is not coming until later. We're tracking those rain showers with temperatures that are staying mild, especially where we've been the last couple of days. We're going to see those numbers climb to the lower 50s as we get in that 1 and 2 o'clock hour for the afternoon. So right about 53 today. We'll drop to the 40s tonight and upper 50s tomorrow, even close to 60 for some of us with that rain rolling on out of here. Have some changes for the weekend that we have to talk about before we get into a much warmer week ahead next week. All of that coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Len Solar Traffic Network with some good news finally to report after a long morning on the BW Parkway. We learned just minutes ago that the lanes on 295 North at Maryland 197, they have reopened, allowing traffic to finally move through that area. As you can see, guys, we first learned about this closure just after coming on the air around 4:30 this morning. Right now, you are looking at the tail end of that backup that it caused, about 5 hours worth. Still no word from police about what caused it.
Well, in your Session 2024 coverage, lawmakers are waking up this morning with some hot button issues, including gender affirming care for children and book bans.
This crucial and timely legislation will safeguard our libraries from becoming the next frontier of censorship.
It is time to stop this being a political issue and start this being about doing the right thing for kids in Maryland and the United States.
Well, we have live team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will join us with more on the debate over gender-affirming care for children.
But we begin with Shannon Lilly. She joins us live with the debate over book bans, as some lawmakers are trying to protect those who disregard the bans. Shannon.
Well, the debate over book bans, Megan, is only heating up. In fact, this is an issue that's resonating across the country, including here in Maryland. In fact, take a listen, because in Annapolis now, we are hearing from both sides.
This crucial and timely legislation will safeguard our libraries from becoming the next frontier of censorship, protecting literature and the freedom for readers to choose for themselves.
Porn, contraception, sex shaming, and more. Approachable and empowering. This is the go-to resource for all things sex.
Well,
is that something that you think that the Carroll County library public schools don't have the capacity to restrict in their own school libraries?
Well, Mr. Bucko, as you are aware, because I know you read the bill, this bill is not about a specific book.
So the bill in question there is House Bill 785, titled the Freedom to Read Act. Right now, it is working its way through the legislature, and yesterday went in front of the House Ways and Means Committee. Now, the proposed law is aimed at protecting books and librarians at public libraries and public schools, and it's pushing back against the push to ban books some feel are inappropriate for children. So let's take a look at 3 key points from this 19-page bill. It says, quote, a library should not exclude material from its catalog because of the origin, background, or views of a person who created the material. A library should not prohibit or remove material from its catalog because of partisan or doctrinal disapproval. And libraries shall not be dismissed, demoted, suspended, disciplined, or otherwise retaliated against. Now, the bill also increases the penalty for walking out with a book or destroying a book. And this conversation, we know, just continues because the next hearing over this legislation is set for tomorrow morning, but this time in the Senate. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting surrounding the book bans across the state. You can find our complete coverage online at foxbaltimore.com.
Lawmakers this session are also seeking to change a state law that allows 16 and 17-year-olds to get life-changing gender-affirming care without their parents' approval. Olivia Dance joining us now with the argument from both sides. Olivia.
Yeah, there's lots of debate over this as a group of Republican lawmakers in Maryland plus 3 Democrats are calling for parents to have the final say in medical gender-affirming care for their kids.
Medical interventions known as gender-affirming care is not clearly evidence-based, and it is becoming increasingly clear that young people are being harmed by these interventions, especially when this is occurring outside of parental support or knowledge.
That was Jamie Reed, a former case manager in a gender clinic in St. Louis, who sparked headlines after raising concerns about what she saw going on at the clinic. Reed is now speaking in support of the bill during a committee hearing on Wednesday. Delegate Lauren Erican, representing Baltimore and Harford counties, is leading the way on this bill, which would require kids 16 and 17 years old to get their parents to sign off on this type of care, like surgeries or medication such as estrogen or testosterone. The proposal does not include social transitioning, like calling someone by different pronouns, but some lawmakers were quick to ask questions.
So can you point to me in last year's legislation where it did not?
Could you explain to the committee what those incentives are?
What proof do you have?
Do we know the average age that they're finally deciding? Okay, so obviously they were a certain age, and then now they're deciding to go through the detransitions.
According to a June 2022 study from UCLA School of Law Williams Institute, 300,000 kids between 13 and 17 years old identify as transgender nationwide. That's about 1.4% of kids that age across the country. In Maryland, though, it's unclear how many kids fall within the scope of this new bill. If passed, medical providers could face a fine or jail time, but right now it's unclear when or if there will be voting on this proposal. I'm Olivia Dance reporting, Fox 45 News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. And that brings us to our question of the day. Do you support requiring parental approval for a child's gender-affirming care? So far, looking at the responses coming in, 98% say yes. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Happening today, Thiru Vignarajah is hosting a press conference condemning the mayor's mismanagement of $641 million in American Rescue Plan Act funds. Now, he will make 3 demands of the mayor. The first is to launch an independent forensic audit of how funds are being spent. The second is to stop obligating funds in May of 2024 if Mayor Scott loses the Democratic primary, and allow the winner of the primary to convene a public commission to decide how the remainder of the funds should be spent. And the third is to explain publicly how allocations were made and by whom, and with a focus on how certain nonprofits were chosen, but not others. For a complete list of stories regarding the city's ARPA funds, head to our website, foxbaltimore.com. Coming up, there's nothing but net, in Charm City. We're giving you a first look at the CIAA men's and women's tournaments happening in Baltimore next week.
And a cloudy afternoon ahead, and we can expect some rain later this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the next warm-up ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast. It is 9:38. Look at those gray skies on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. All local, all morning. Trending now, looking ahead to next week, March Madness is coming early to Baltimore City.
Mark Clark joins us in studio with what is happening on the hardwood at CFG Bank Arena. Mark?
That's right, guys. Starting Monday, the CIAA tournament will be taking over downtown Baltimore. The conference consists of entirely HBCUs. It's the third consecutive year that the conference chose Charm City to crown champions on both the men's and women's side. Now, here's a look at how it will all play out, okay? With regular season action wrapping up this weekend, we won't know the full bracket on either side until Saturday night. What we do know is tournament tip-off is Monday at 7 for the women and 9 for the men, and continues every day through March 2nd, championship Saturday. The women's championship game will be played at 1 o'clock that afternoon, with the men following at 4. And that's what Baltimore is looking ahead to this morning. Now back to you guys.
It is. Mark, thank you. Well, if you have a green thumb, or maybe you're trying to get one, stick around. After the break, how you can brighten up your home.
And get hooked with Peter Pan and the rest of the gang as they are coming to the Hippodrome. Just ahead, we're joined by some of the cast as they give us a preview. 9:42, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Pretty. So pretty, everything. Dust off your gardening skills. Can you see us back here? Bring some greenery back into your home. Tropical plants are just a great way to inhale, get some fresh air. This morning we have Carol Jacobs joining us once again from Bell Nursery with some beautiful options to spruce up our homes. It's about that time.
Yes.
We've got that kind of winter fever going. We need some spring in our life.
We had that snow. Now it's time to bring some greenery and make your house look fresh. And like Megan said, these are great plants. Clean the air. They take out the bad stuff and put out oxygen. So it really does. It's really good for you to have plants in your house. And look at all the color and beautiful things we have. And
I noticed right away the Easter plants. Easter is early this year.
It is early.
So seeing these hyacinths is time.
So they're just starting to pop a little bit. But don't bring these in your house if you want them to last. Put these out, and I have daffodils.
I was shocked when you said that. It doesn't matter if it's going to get cold.
They want to be cold. And then they'll bloom when it's time to bloom. If you put them in the house, they're going to bloom really quick, and then they're going to wilt.
Interesting. I had no idea. So they're going to last longer, too.
Yeah,
outside.
and then when you're done, you can dig a hole and put them in the ground, and then you have them year after year.
Love that.
But we do have great house plants. Of course, all this is available at your local Home Depot. beautiful things, like some of the colors we got in this. You had mentioned this one.
I've never seen that before.
This is a philodendron Brazil. Beautiful heart-shaped leaves. It has this nice neon green color in the middle. You can put this on a shelf. It'll trail down. You can put it in a hanging basket.
Let me ask you this,
beautiful.
Carol. Let's say you have some greenery at home and they're not looking so great. What can we do to give them some new life?
Okay, number one, you want to make sure your pots have drainage.
Oh, that's good.
Okay,
too.
They don't want to sit in water just like we don't want to sit in the bathtub. It's just not healthy. They can't absorb any nutrients. You want to make sure that they have the right amount of soil when they're ready. Sometimes they need to get potted up. Might be a little pot bound. You just go up one size.
And then they'll grow.
And they'll grow. But you don't want to go too big. Just
Okay.
if you have a 4-inch pot, you go to a 6-inch.
And let me ask you about these too. I got one of these the last time you came in. What is the best way to care for these? They're stunningly beautiful. These clear glass ones where the roots are kind of growing at the bottom there.
These are great and very popular because let's say you have no room at home, but you want to plant. You can put this on a windowsill. You can put this on your desk. And like you and I were talking about, just every 2 weeks, take out the older water, put in some fresh water. Megan said that she even washes off the roots, and I think that's a really good idea. But I would also give it like a little drop of fertilizer, maybe once a month, because you were saying yours is not as robust as it was originally. Probably just needs a little nutrients. It's just like us. We need a little nourishment.
Last thing I want to ask you, I know you've told us before not to spray down the water. You want to just spray on the roots. When it comes to greenhouse plants like this, do you want to spray the leaves down or just the roots on these
Certain plants really like to be like misted. Like if you just get like a little, like the fern loves. They're tropical plants, so they really do love humidity.
That one looks like lettuce, Carol.
He's so fun. I love this one.
It's so neat.
But yeah, you can spray them. You also want to take a damp cloth like once a week, once every 2 weeks, and you want to wipe off your foliage because it gets dusty just like things in your house and it clogs the pores.
I love that we look like we're in the jungle here in the middle of February. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for having us.
I feel like I can breathe. Justin, I mean, we're going to have a little rain, but that's perfect for these plants.
Yeah, no kidding. I had one of those tall ones. And we were like, what's going on? And it was sitting in water. And we were like, what the heck's going on? And I knew that wasn't right. And so we figured out it wasn't draining at all. So we took it out and now it's a lot better. Seth is very happy now. So he's good to go. Looking out outside our downtown Baltimore camera. Yeah, lots of cloud cover. The sun trying to get through at this time. We have those low clouds are kind of moving in. 37 your current temperature. Not much wind, but you definitely have that humidity, 85%. So that moisture is here and it's coming. We're seeing some of the rain already in parts of Garrett and moving into Allegheny County as well at this time. And this is part of the larger picture of that system. That's the area of low pressure over the upper Midwest with that associated warm front. That's where we're actually seeing some thunderstorm activity north of Indianapolis up towards Chicago. Remember, it's winter time here. We just had big snowstorms in the Midwest and everything. So here's a look at our hourly future scan. Keeping the clouds around. Right around, I'd say 1, 2 o'clock, you're going to see another round of those showers pick up. And between about 3 and 5 p.m. is going to be when most of those rain showers roll through. And they'll be kind of hit and miss. And then another round about 7, 8 o'clock tonight before that rain is pretty much moving out of here. Some leftover showers late tonight into early tomorrow morning. In terms of actual rainfall totals, it's not that exciting. Maybe a third of an inch in Frederick and Westminster down toward the eastern shore. But most of us about 2/10 of an inch at best. And we're still above average in terms of our rainfall and moisture, for that matter, for the season. Lower 50s for Columbia and Baltimore today, right down to Annapolis, 48 Cockeysville, 47 in Bel Air, and 54 if you're heading down to the district, with lower 60s in Richmond and Roanoke for the afternoon. And here's a look at that 7-day forecast. We'll see that rain hang out again a little bit tomorrow morning. Blustery, much colder on Saturday, but it's short-lived. Right back to 50 on Sunday and then 60s on the way next week.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the Hippodrome Theater.
It is a classic tale of innocence and adventure. It's for children, it's for adults. Peter Pan is at the Hippodrome right now, and we are joined by some of the cast. Cody Garcia plays Captain Hook. Shefali Deshpande plays Mrs. Darling, and they are here to tell us all about it. Good morning and welcome.
Hello, thank you so much for having us.
Look, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, even after shows yesterday and the night before. Feeling good?
What can we say? The coffee's doing its job.
Oh, look, that's what we say around here, too. We go in at 4:30 in the morning. Yeah. So talk about Peter Pan. Is this the classic story story as people know it?
It is. Well, it is the musical that a lot of people know and love from the Kathy Rigby version or the Mary Martin version, but it's a reimagined version from those two. But yeah, it's a classic tale that has been enchanting the stage for the past close to 70 years.
70 years, right.
Yeah.
And you are Captain Hook.
Yes, Captain Hook / Mr. Darling.
Oh, you do it all.
Yeah. Versatile, very versatile over here.
And you are Mrs. Darling.
Mrs. Darling, and also an ensemble member. So
Also very versatile over here.
Look, talking to you all in the break before we got started, I can tell that. So how much fun is it? Because you all seem like you all have a lot of fun, but the play and the musical itself has got to lend itself to just having a good time.
It's a blast.
Yes, it's so much fun. And we're also very lucky to have such an amazing cast, an amazing creative team, people that we have lots of fun with and have lots of fun creating with. And that's how this show has become such an amazing show.
We're very cohesive in a lot of ways, so it's really cool to see.
So talk about the response from the audience. How much do you all draw off of hearing the reaction from the audience and kids reacting or laughing or having fun with it? And not just the kids, adults get into this.
I think it's like the best part definitely is hearing the kids laugh or cheer or clap. I mean, there's always, like, you can hear them in the audience. It's a lot of fun. But surprisingly, yeah, I mean, I feel like we've had a lot of adults get into it too.
Oh, I love hearing the kids get into it.
Because like you said, 70 years, and we fall into that age group of growing up on this too. So fun for you also?
Oh yes, 100%. I love hearing the kids enjoy themselves in the audience.
Favorite music in it? Favorite songs? Favorite things to...
I'm really partial to the song Neverland. I think it's great. And there's also two songs that I believe were cut from the original version that Wendy and Peter sing. They're solos. Peter's is called When I Went Home, and Wendy's, oh God, I can't remember
Distant
Wendy's
Melody,
right now.
yeah.
Distant Melody,
Distant Melody.
which are such beautiful
and
songs.
we do those in the show, and they sound, I mean, our Wendy and our Peter are amazing. And
yes,
so
Lonnie brought them back. Lonnie Price, our director, and we're very glad he did. They're very lovely songs.
Okay, so they've been at this for a couple days here at the Hippodrome. You have until when for people to still get some tickets?
Through Sunday.
Until Sunday, yeah. We have 2 shows on Sunday.
Get your
and
tickets.
Their tickets are available at the Hippodrome website, so come see our show.
Probably not very many, because I know this is a popular one. So you better make sure you go on there right now and see what's available. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You. All right, well, we've got the 10-day forecast coming up.
Thank you very, very
much.
much.
Warm up
Appreciate
on
it.
the way. How far above average we could reach. 9:53 is the time.
All right, looking at our 10-day forecast, 53 today, close to 60 tomorrow. Now, we dropped significantly on Saturday. It's going to be cold and blustery, 44, but nice day Sunday, and then low to mid 60s, even upper 60s as we head toward the middle of next week. So we're looking good.
We just
with our
need more
temperatures.
plants.
I mean,
Not enough.
It doesn't feel bright enough around here.
This is what Seth is. We have Seth.
Look at Justin.
What this one's called
This
right
is
here.
a favorite.
Dumb cane.
Dumb cane. Yeah.
And it's a meteorological spring next week.
Next Friday. Next Friday. That's right. Extra day of meteorological winter this year.
Time. All right. We'll see you.